Mewgenics, the latest game from developer Eggman McMuffin, whom you probably know from other indie games like Time Fakook. Oh, and maybe some more obscure, weird stuff like Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy. This is a turn-based strategy game where you take out a Dungeons and Dragons party of cats to go and kill stuff. There's honestly not that much plot in the game. And then, of course, there is the title itself. I will admit right now, I am not a huge fan of Redmond's sort of Newgrounds edgy humor as well as like gross out stuff. But at the same time, it does make for a pretty interesting setting, and the gameplay is extremely solid. And before I get too far into it, the settings for this game I have on absolute minimum. Frame rate limited to, I think that's 30 frames a second. I don't know, because it goes up to 480. And like no vignette flicker, no noise grain. This game runs terribly when I'm trying to record it. I don't know why. It's very strange. So hopefully that's going to fix some of the issues that I've had when trying to make this episode previously. Also, this does appear to be Isaac's house from The Binding of Isaac. Yeah, small house up on a hill. Is that meaningful? I'm not entirely sure, because despite the sizable amount that I have played this game, I have still not actually finished it. The game begins with me apparently being revived from the dead by unequivocally evil scientist Thomas A. Beanies. We'll get to know this guy sort of. Also claims to be the inventor of cats. And naturally, as you do when you've been revived from the brink of death, we immediately go into Pokemon reference. Although I am choosing two different cats rather than just one. Yes, I get the feeling that Pokemon was the inspiration for a lot of this game. Looking at people trying to get shiny Pokemon with perfect dispositions and IVs, and not really thinking about how absolutely monstrous that is. Give me Lavenza and Theodore. Sure. It does not matter. These are the starting cats. They're only going to be used for the tutorial. And that leads me to the very first area of the game, the path. This is purely for the tutorial, and I could just skip it if I wanted to. But I wanted to show off at least a little bit of this because we're never going to see this map again. At least as far as I know. Still have not actually finished the game. I'll also get introduction to the next NPC of the game, Butch, who's going to be running me through the basic combat and everything. I'm not going to show the entire battle because I'm going to be explaining how everything works in a lot more detail later on. But the basics are, you got an attack, you got a movement, get one for each one of your turns, and then you got spells. Can cast as many spells as you got mana, and you do get mana at the end of the turn, but I'm not going to be able to cast a spit more than once regardless. So, she go. And then use my basic attack to just kill Little Rat. And that's it, baby. That's all you need to know. That is not. It's going to get so much more ridiculously complicated later on. And with only 1 HP left, Theodore is going to be able to easily take down the Tom Tom Club. This genius of love is not going to be blah blah reference. Anyway, at the end of each fight then, you level up, or, well, one cat levels up, and you start to get skills, perks, and once you run out of both of those, just regular stats. These first cats are considered to be collarless. In other words, they have no class, and because of that, their initial set of abilities are kind of bad. But at the same time, as Butch was just saying, there is a combo. Burn increased by 1, burn and blind? That's not bad. It's not amazing compared to the combos that I'm going to be getting later in the game, but it is at least something. Next up, then, we got events. Events are going to be the thing that ruin runs. My strategy for these have always been just choose whatever you got the most stats for. It seems like the obvious thing, but then again, there's sometimes ones that you want to fail, and sometimes succeeding just means nothing happens, whereas failing means that your cat instantly dies, or gets some sort of condition that makes them poop themselves every time they get hit. It's pretty great, and you never know what it's going to be. Chest in the path is just a log, which produces a stick. Sure. That makes sense. So we got a melee attack with +1 reach. So it makes me think that I want to put it on the melee character, but also because it has extra reach, maybe, hey, I put it on the range character so they can do additional damage while still staying at range. That's the sort of stuff you got to think about in this game. Of course, the simplest version of that. I'm going to throw on my mana potion because, hey, Sunburn is the thing that has combo, and also it does two things, burn and blind, compared to Spit, which, well, 1 damage. It's not really too much. Funny enough, Spit and Sunburn actually do not work very well together, because Spit will cause you to put out the fire that you inflict with Sunburn. All that sort of stuff and more are going to be things you got to think about while playing the game. Normal Boys versus Pebbles. Yeah, we got Binding of Isaac style title cards. And Pebbles, being the first boss fight, is also a completely unique boss, is never going to appear again after this point. So again, it's like, even though I could, skip the tutorial, of course, unique bosses, come on. I mean, it's a character that throws rocks. It's not the most it's not the most interesting sort of mechanics, but hey, look, they got like a little floating rock above their head. That's neat, right? And rocks are also kind of interesting because it can do stuff like give melee characters a bit of a range attack, or just put a bunch of junk in the way so you can't move around if you, say, had a bunch of cats that spawn rocks when they get damaged. I don't know how that would happen, or how that's still an ongoing thing in my 200-hour save file. Anyway, not going to be able to do much attack, much less get behind them. But, hey, see, like, the various abilities, can attack from angles and stuff like that, which I think is interesting. And of course, oh, it also has armor, which is something I haven't really seen just yet. It's armor, but if you know how video game armor works, it's, health, but you can't refill it in the same way that normal HP can be refilled. Otherwise, largely works the same. Yes, turn order. Not all that... Honestly, I don't think turn order is tremendously important, because you have so many cats and there's usually so many enemies on screen that, well, trying to understand that is, like, trying to use that to your advantage is kind of difficult. But it does show even immediately. The way that the game is kind of balanced is that bosses get a bunch of turns. Or, well, even regular enemies will get a bunch of turns compared to you, who usually goes once per round. And then otherwise, the path, as you can see, sort of an interesting, unique style. I don't think I'm going to see any, like this phone booth. Never going to see that again. Play the game for 200 hours, only seen this once. Well, multiple times at this point, because I've had to re-record this, because again, this is a like flash animation turn-based game. How does it run so terribly? Anyway, get that rock synergy there. And Pebbles is going down. Although, yeah, they do have at least one trick up their sleeves. All right, cats do not actually die on getting to 0 health. You gotta be hit 3 more times of any amount of damage, but that means that if enemies have a big AoE range for their attacks, or hit multiple times with small hits, that can be bad. However, usually it's not too big of a deal when characters die because, well, enemies do not attack them if they're downed, and that is a strategy that you can use. See some more interactions, like this tall grass would normally give you a pretty huge dodge chance if you stopped movement in it. However, if you're on fire, you just destroy that immediately and, well, can't really use it then. There are just many, many, many different little things like that in this game. All right, pretty solid go, and then passive abilities. Like I said, the normal class kind of gets some unimpressive stuff. You can still get a good run. For example, I think Self-Assured is actually a genuinely great passive, and something that I would like to, you know, keep this cat around for, but being the tutorial cat, well, yeah. I guess it's like Sunburn otherwise, because it's an okay skill. It's got both a debuff and a damage over time. It's cool, right? Your cats do not really, after your cats get down, they do not get that much health after fights. But if you are able to keep cats at a relatively high health, you can take a couple hits and still remain at full health afterwards. Kind of a big strategy as you're going through the game. All right, back to the house. Normal boys return home. New NPC, Mr. Tink, my neighbor, is going to explain how you can only take out cats for one run. A singular run, and then they cannot be taken out again. So what are they going to end up doing at the house? Breeding. Yep. Set them inside here. And then when I end the day... Yep. I have both the normal and safe animations on because they both get very stupid. But that's going to be the one you see more than anything else. And then also get stray cats showing up every day. You get one new one. So that's going to be an important way for me to replenish my cat amount. You can take up to 4 cats out on an adventure, so kind of want to do that if you can. Now that is enough cats to get out on the adventure, including one named Dog. The names of these cats get kind of weird. I hope we get to see John Cat, the main character of Mewgenics again. Got them in the other save file. And they were actually pretty good. It doesn't really matter, though, because as a kitten, cannot take them out on an adventure. Has to be an adult cat. Upon departing for an adventure, now get a chance to give each one of the cats actual classes. Funny thing, though, is that Collarless is still considered a class unto itself and does have its own unlocks. But that is not something that is going to be relevant for a while. So, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? All the stats are unimpressive. Actually, 7 Constitution, 7 Intelligence is pretty good, because Constitution and Intelligence are usually the things that I look for most in cats. Pretty much that means that more intelligence means more spells to cast, and because those are not limited by turns, it's just limited by how much mana you have, that just means more attacks or more heals or more movement, whatever. And more health means, well, you can take more hits. That's just, it goes without saying why that's good. All right, but what do I want to... I guess, like, we'll accentuate the positives to start with. So, hunters use dexterity. Sure. Very low health and very low speed, but speed is not going to be too important when you have ranged attacks, right? Kind of an all-arounder. I'll give you fighter, because... Actually, like 6? That's not bad. Yeah, there's some decently high stat cats. I think that what I'm going to want to do, though, is let's get this. Give you Mage. Generally not a class that I'm a huge fan of, because let's just say that magic elements, despite what I'm talking about with mana, doesn't really scale up nearly as well as dexterity and strength classes. But then again, that's really more of a preference than anything else. I'm sure you can get some extremely powerful runs. It's just, I don't like it as much. What do you want from me? But anyway, the ability to cast BBQ as much as possible is going to be good. Because Barbecue is not only a heal, it is also a stat up, +1 strength. So, Antero is going to largely just be the healer of the group, in addition to whatever spells they happen to get. And then, yeah, all the way up to 11 Constitution, 44 health. Can really take a hit. And now that I have locked everything in, I get to see what the actual abilities they get are. Oh, Thorns too. Considering the sort of wacky stuff you can get for passives, this is unimpressive. Toss. A good defensive move, because, you know, if an enemy is causing you trouble, if it's going to be hitting you a lot, you just toss them way over into a corner of the map. Zuko! Ooh, Luck Swing. There's some good stuff you can do with that, but actually missing attacks can be pretty rough. And 25% might not be a whole lot, but it's still enough. Flea Shot's decent. I mean, really anything that spawns extra characters in the map is quite powerful, because that is an entirely new and pretty inconsequential target for enemies to hit. You know, and along with giving distractions, they can also prevent enemies from moving around nearly as much, because you can't really move. You can move through allied units, can't move through enemy units. Other than that, got Hop, which is a nice movement ability. Ah, this is actually a good combo of stuff. Usually what I'm looking for when it comes to skills is something that deals damage. Flea Shot will do that. Something that gives you movement. Hop will do that. Something that gives you some sort of like buff. For example, a distraction character in the form of the Flea. That'd do it. And then some sort of survivability. And survivability can also just be dealt with by other classes. For example, the Barbecue from Antero. So, Zuko and Antero. Good combos going on. Logi, Confront, makes up for low speed. Math means that you can only cast it once, but how much am I going to really need to be casting Confront? This is a great movement skill when it doesn't cost 7 mana, certainly. And then lastly, movement skill. And your turn with 0 mana? Oh, we'll see if I can make that happen. As you can see, 5 and 4 doesn't really add up to 8 now, does it? Okay, there's the thought process. That's currently what we're looking for. We'll give the melee item to the big-brained Lunks. Okay. We'll give the melee items to the melee characters. I feel like I've got a good combo for the very beginning of the game. And be immediately treated to a bunch of cats showing me other cats in the alley. Alley cats, baby. First place you go to, pretty simple sort of stuff. Very Binding of Isaac style start too. Flies, maggots, and then we also got Mangy. Spawns maggots when damaged. You want to use high damaging attacks just to kind of prevent them from spawning a whole bunch of stuff. Other than that, not really too much to be talked about here. And now that I am in the game proper too, I'm gonna crank combat speed up to 2, because combat speed 1 is quite low. And also, give me the anti-aliasing. Hopefully that's not going to affect the stuff here too much, but I don't know with, how this game has been going thus far. Yeah, 44 health, and like I said, we also got Barbecue ready to go, which will also, buff up the damage. It is a 1-to-1 for strength, so 1 strength equals 1 extra damage on my regular attack, and skills that scale off of that. Whereas dexterity is 2-to-1, so you need 2 dexterity to get an extra thing, I think. I'm actually not entirely sure if that is true, but I know it takes more than 1, which is kind of a big difference there. Other than that, when it comes to actual strategy, I should have gotten a little bit closer. Come on. I'm going to attack the crate, I guess. It's got stuff in it. Yeah, look at all those coins. I would have rather attacked an enemy. That's kind of important. Basic strategy is simple. I want to keep everybody kind of grouped up. If you have an overwhelmingly powerful... And also, you know what? I'm going to prioritize getting some money right now. If you have an overwhelmingly powerful sort of composition for your team, you can split up and start to take out enemies, but I think keeping everybody together overall is just a much, much better idea. And see, if I had like an attacking skill and in combination with the movement skill, I could kill even another enemy. But because melee attack is only a one-time thing for each turn, it means that I'm a little bit limited in what I can do. Stick kind of counts as an extra attack, and I did use that effectively, but yeah, attack skill, movement skill, survivability. Survivability and buff. I just get something, try not to have things overlap too much. You don't need to, if you're going to spend mana on one thing. And of course, mana, you know, magic just is an entirely different thing. It doesn't even scale with intelligence as far as I know. But yeah, focus on, if you have one skill that does an attack, that's going to be your skill that does an attack. Just plan to cast that when you have magic to cast for an attack. Really, well, I guess that's a 25% chance miss. And then focus on getting something else in the meantime. Do a little bit of that. Maybe, only I can throw it on top of characters, but I can at least block how they're getting in there a little bit. And then I can't move in front of the last maggot there because well, it's not a big deal. Die on the next round anyway. Funny thing is that damage over time stuff has interesting ways in which they work. For example, fire and poison are at the start of the turn. Poison doesn't go away unless you get a heal. Fire goes away one stack at a time automatically. And then there's bleed, which doesn't happen until the end of the round, but then actually increases by 1 at the end of the round. I need to have some sort of cures bad stuff to actually get rid of it. All right, get the hunter over here, do that. I want to grab the money, but you do automatically end a battle as soon as all the enemies are dead, so... you know. Hey, barbed wire. Okay. Toss is sort of... okay, roll's a movement. Toss is a... it's more of a utility spell. I'd like an attack, but the only attack that I got here is Fault Line, which is minimal. And that's more of a throw enemies around, which is already dealt with by Toss itself. Rock Crusher is a little bit too specific. If I had something that spawned rocks, maybe that'd be a good combo. Barbed Wire sounds like the one that I want. This is more of a buff, but it can also sort of be considered an attack too. And considering that I got 44 health there, well, it's green. All right. Geode, I think, also has, yeah, rocks, just lob rocks. I give it to the lobbing character that lobs stuff. And then give the Geode to the melee character that melees stuff. I'd like that money if possible too. So that's the basics of how you play in the game. And of course, you don't always start out in the same area, so that whole thing I was talking about keeping everybody together, it's like can be sort of questionable. And of course, we got the Tom Tom Club going on here. This, however, is a group of characters that I've kind of seen already. They're big, they're tanky, they got a wide melee attack, hits 3 tiles in front of them. That's it. It's pretty simple. And then just finish this off. The flea shot, regular shot, and we're done. Good stuff, good stuff. No surprise, though. I feel like this is actually a relatively strong start that I've been given. Poison lace. Attacks inflict poison. Block can be decent for a little bit of defensive stuff that I was talking about. Needle shot is interesting. So, taking a look. Hunter right now. Flea shot does damage and buff. Hop does movement. I would kind of like something that does more attack. Survivability would be a good choice, but 5 for just 2 shield is not a great proposition. This is a colorless skill, as you can tell from the gray color, so that's why it's kind of unimpressive. Needle shot, I think, is interesting. Considering I'm already going with sort of a tank and thorns build, I can just keep shooting needle shot over and over at the tank and get a pretty decent, like a pretty decent amount of extra damage. Oh, mundane. Actually, mundane's done. I really like. Basic attack increased by your lowest stat -2. So, that might not seem all that impressive, but hey, do you remember that one skill that I had at the very beginning, the self-assured? Whenever you kill a unit, if you are constantly getting more stats, it'll be very powerful by endgame. Who's the one that's got the lowest, the highest low stats? Here, you. I guess that makes sense. Overall, the fighter was pretty well-rounded character even from the beginning, so +2 damage. I'll take it. Then I might just kind of save that later for special runs. It's the Breadman Special poop, by the way. Let's examine it and not eat it, please. All right. I know what that thing is. That is enemies that spawn gain +2 armor. So you're the one that spawns enemies. Yeah, Hunter's shtick is damage at distance, marked, which forces you to do critical damage, 100% accuracy, stuff like that, and familiars. Kind of going into the familiar build at this point in time. First mini boss, we got Magnus. The mini bosses that you fight in the alley in particular are sort of evil versions of your various player classes. As you can tell from the sort of red color as well as the pose, Magnus is clearly evil fighter. So that's fun. Shtick, chaining dash attack, i.e. if they dash into me, they can then change direction. So if I had like a character here or here, they would immediately turn 90 degrees to go and dash into them again, so on and so forth. If you have everybody very grouped up, that can be bad. Other than that, a spin attack is just a multiple hit attack. Not too much to be said there. And since old Jibanyan, I don't know, I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly, has like massive thorns, getting hit a bunch of times is good. 9 damage, not bad at all. Additionally, the blind ability should hopefully help a little bit. It's hard to say. In the meantime, I'm going to throw down the barbecue there. Leave that to be eaten by whoever needs the most health, really. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for the chain attack, because it could have easily gotten, right into the hunter and then the mage. Anyway, the thing I was talking about, if I couldn't just, move back a little bit and start throwing the fleas, which are already like double health right now due to, I don't really like that 25% miss. It's like, there's, other stuff I can do. Once again, I got a build going. 12 damage. More than a regular hit from other allies would be able to do at a single time. Bam. And I probably shouldn't be, with the whole chain attack, getting everybody in the same location, but also, it's also why, that sort of thing. But hey, see how well the missing did there. I'm blind on that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Easy win. All right. What are we looking at? I actually really like Counter. I think Counter is one of the best abilities fighters can get. That's a good buff. But I think the more important thing is probably going for additional attack power. Like, Sunburn's not really a big attack power thing. I want to be able to attack and then attack again. Side slash is going to do that best. Rage Punch is just going to take too long to get a good amount of stuff. And Counter is good, but I would rather be able to be proactive with my damage rather than reactive. Ugh. What do you got? 8 versus 6. Let's examine it. As you do. Well, peers inside and then suddenly healed to full. I feel like there might have been like a sentence missing there. But I'll take it. As it is, if I need to... Obviously, the way that you can see from the end screens, you are very much intended to end up... You're very much intended to end up trying to finish up fights as quickly as possible. However, oh, this is actually, yeah. Here, confront right in front of this pooter, another just straight up Binding of Isaac enemy. And now my new side slash. Bam! That's a good hit. And then if I could use confront one more time, I could do that again. Go right in front of a pooter, hit him with the melee attack, and then smash the maggot with something else. But due to math, my math passive can only use it once, which is a shame, but that's a good start. Also, can I break this geode? I want to get the money. I want money. Money's good, you know. Toss this down here for the tank. Try and get the bird. Got 50%, I tell ya. There we go. And got that item. I got an all stats up. Pretty good. And now we'll just... don't have any more... Well, no, I do have one more single hit point. Don't really have to worry too much about giving an enemy thorns if they only have a single hit point. I mean, it still does damage. Not a lot, but it does some. Let's heal up the tank a little bit before I end this, which is to say right now. That sort of thing. All right. Again, looking good. Oh, what do we got? Ooh, next spell you cast twice. Okay, infinite range projectile that can't miss. Pretty good. High damage spell that hits a single target. Pretty good. I'm going to take Magic Missile because I know what the first boss is going to be, and that's going to be the next fight, and I know that's... See, this is the sort of thing that I'm talking about. This is the sort of thing that I'm talking about when it comes to events just ruining your run. Apparently, there is actual logic in the background of the game to make it so that you get worse events the better you're doing. I think that's range up. No, +1 reach, which I believe is your melee attack, so... Yeah, it's like range is for ranged attacks, reach is for melee attacks. So, that's some good stuff. Then 50% chance for extra birds. Why not? No reason not to equip up stuff. And then when we're looking here, we get introduced to another NPC, Tracy. Who's going to be appearing at Paw Mart later on. And every time you get to the shop, you always get a rare candy. I usually like taking this because more levels is better. Also Pokemon reference. However, I'm not going to do so right now because the run's pretty much over. Yes, this game works Binding of Isaac. Also, Isaac missing poster in the background, by the way. Works Binding of Isaac style, where you need to beat an area before you unlock the next one. Sort of like how, oh, you got to beat Mom first, and then you unlock the womb, and then you got to beat the womb, and you got to do that 10 different times. You unlock the Polaroid, and so on and so forth. Bulletproof vest, injury immunity. Fun synergies you can get there, but I don't want to spend money. I want to keep all my money for right now. Money's good. Money's important. Radical Rat. And fun thing when you get to the boss, crank up the music a little bit.
Tasty legs and crispy thighs on my mind. I'm so hungry now, I'm gonna chase them, grab them, fry them. So tasty, tasty legs, so tasty.
Yes, as you get to the boss, suddenly the song that you've been hearing for every one of the battles gets lyrics to it. And they are, of course, all cat-themed. Because, of course, they are. But, yeah, no, I love that. I love that part about the game. I think that is a lot of fun. And the music tracks, pretty good. Oh, you know, I was thinking, it's like, oh, Sunburn has infinite range. Sunburn is a fire attack. That is a bomb. Perhaps not the best idea. Let's just go confront and deal a little bit of damage. Yes, Radical Rat is just straight up Mauser, even down to the sunglasses from Super Mario Brothers 2. Why not, right? Yeah, in fact, there's going to be a lot of reference characters kind of hanging around. You know, like Bomberman-style bombs with this rat bomb they threw down. So, how do you deal with this? Well, remember how I said Magic Missile was going to be good for the boss? Can hit anywhere on here. Bam. There you go. So, it is conceptually very simple to just say, well, just hit bombs when they appear. However, what you got to do is you got to make sure that Radical Rat gets a bunch of turns and is going to be attacking quite a bit. So you don't necessarily know who's going to get a turn in between the bomb actually going off. Keep characters close enough together to make absolutely sure that they can actually... Really? There you go. Is that a shotgun? That was a shotgun. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah, keep characters close together so that they can take out the bombs. If you try to move a character way too far forward, as I am wont to do, Radical Rat will just spawn a bomb way too far away from you to actually deal with that. And then, well, real quick, start you on fire. Not even so much because I want you to be on fire, but because that gets rid of the tall grass. See? Smart sort of plays going on. Then I don't have to worry about missing half of my hits. Ugh. Yep. Do a little bit of that there. Do a little bit of that there. And similarly, right there too. Missing because 25% chance feels more like XCOM odds most of the time. But, oh, what are you going to do? Now, get this out of the way. Whatever. Yeah, the turtling also does a little bit of... Fire's starting to spread a little bit, but that's okay. I'm just about done anyway. Yeah, Radical Rat doesn't really have any sort of melee attacks due to the whole, like, throwing around bombs. I sure do hope... yeah. Let's just end the turns considering I'm on fire. See, that's what I'm talking about, where I'm just like, you know, being on fire is sort of a problem. Just because the bombs are diffused doesn't mean they can't still explode afterwards anyway. If given the right circumstances, being on fire, i.e. rock aspect. Honestly, I really like extra things. Extra allies to attack stuff is good. Hardy's like, okay, yeah, especially when you have this much health, I'm not really going to be able to heal that up. Also, it doesn't matter because I'm about done. Rock aspect's all right. I want more stuff to be spawned. Wow, red rarity. So items work off of a rarity scale where you got nothing in the background, that's common stuff, and then you've got yellow for like uncommon. I think they actually call those ones rare. And then you've got the really good red stuff, like a shotgun. My cats are going to start using shotguns. They have the ability to use guns now. This is terrifying, but also expected. So bring that out when I want to have a good run, even if it is minimal usages.
Meow.
No, I'd say so. They do not stand a chance at all. And then, of course, the cats. Super Mario Brothers pipe with the poop in it, too. Yep. As far as stuff goes, I'm not going to use a rock. The geode I'd like to take back out just so I can maybe get those coins. Everything else, I mean, obviously I want to keep a shotgun. I want to keep the mundane stone. Everything else I could really get rid of, but why not just keep it because I got the space, right? All right. Everybody get to breeding. Although one of the issues with having a bunch of cats in here now is that you can see in the upper left corner, use my mouse wheel to scroll in the upper left corner, that little sleeping cat icon, that's their comfort. High comfort breed, low comfort fight. And like minimal comfort, not much of anything going to be going on. Well, I can still see if it happens anyway. Nope. Yes. And now we get introduced to the next character of the game, who comes in just at the perfect time. They build additions to the house. All the NPCs kind of will do something for you after you send them specific cats. Frank, for example, is going to want retired cats. Mr. Tink's going to want kittens. Butch is going to want battle-hardened cats. Stuff like that. You can get various upgrades related to that. So yeah, I'm going to want to do this pretty quickly because I want to make sure that I'm not having too many cats in one room. Oh yeah, I also got a pipe now that I can throw cats into. More Super Mario Brothers pipe. As you do. All question then becomes, who's the one to send off? I don't know. Let's go with because these cats have some pretty decent stats as it is. I mean, how about not dog? Yeah, like Theodore, aside from the sunburn hot blood combo, kind of unimpressive. So throw him down into the pipe, and now I am going to get an attic. Oh yes, and another thing, as you finish sections, Butch will also give you new collars, aka new classes. It's not going to be for every area that you finish, but I'm going to be getting a ton of those pretty much as soon as I finish anything at the beginning of the game. Cleric, healing, will largely replace Mage in my parties because I've said before I'm not a huge fan of Mage. Oh, well. This is why I need more comfort. Hey, got +1 strength for a hunter. Doesn't even... Okay, come on, really. Oh. And poor Polly hasn't even gone on an adventure yet, so already going to start out with less intelligence. Oh. Well, into the trash, I guess. Well, there's the new attic. I'm going to... Let's just, like, set retired cats in downstairs and not retired cats upstairs. How about that? All right, 10, Miss Dink wants a baby. A cat baby. So, going to be asking me to send him over kittens that I have. And that's not really going to be something I want to do right now, but I do think that the upgrades you get are kind of important to tell you a lot of basic stuff like base stats that are going to be used for breeding. Butch similarly wants battle-hardened cats so that I can hold more items when I get back to the house. Some of the longer runs that I'm going to be going on will get me tons and tons of items, so this is going to be very worthwhile. Fill it up with a bunch of the extremely rare stuff like the shotgun or even more just mundane stone-style items. Can really be prepared to go out for runs later. Okay, second run. I'm going to be going for the sewer on this one, so it's going to be a little bit farther, a little bit more difficult, maybe. I don't know. And I'm going to take out the Cleric. Cleric also works off of Strength as an attack and a heal. Reasonably high health, reasonably low speed. Really, it's just going to be survivability. I'm not going to be focusing too much. It's hard to make a battle Cleric. You can, but it's hard. Speaking of which, open wounds can deal damage, but it's based on the amount of health they have. I would rather have a skill that just does more healing, really. Fenrir, the evil hunter, and one of the more obnoxious bosses. Look at the amount of turns they get. So it's not as bad as it looks, sort of. Sort of. I guess I shouldn't lie. It's kind of bad. Fenrir's main thing is not even so much attacking, it's just tossing bear traps. Every single one of these turns is going to be littering bear traps all around the arena. And of course, really love staying in tall grass tiles to make absolutely sure that it's just awful regardless of how you look at it. Yeah, I got technology from Binding of Isaac though. Fun stuff. Some glasses. All right, this is going to be an extremely slow fight, so if something of interest happens, I don't know, but for the most part, just going to be miss. Miss, 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 get caught by a bear trap, miss, 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 miss. All right, can you believe that it was really just me getting Fenrir in a corner and then just keep continuously attacking him and missing half the time, or what feels like more than half the time? Yep. Yep. Could also try synchro spin, but would end up hitting some characters. Yeah, maybe should do that. Even though I'll probably just miss regardless. And if I move forward at all with Pavo, it's just going to end up, well, hitting another bear trap. This is usually how this fight ends up going. And there. Now just kind of stuck in the corner until I win the video game. Great. There you go. Okay. Thank you to the flea that I was able to spawn there. I can't believe I got 2 fleas in a run. That's interesting. And now with the skill Collect Pelt to get cat hide armor, got a full set. And there are set bonuses in this game. Pretty good stuff. It's not the most amazing sort of armor, but considering that I'm at the very early points of the game, kind of stalling this out just to be able to get some of this stuff to make the run a little bit more successful is not necessarily a bad idea. And even set bonuses in particular. This one, +1 damage, +1 movement range, considering I'm already spawning fleas in addition to the stuff that I'm getting from the cat hide set. Not bad at all. Oh, hey, I had cheese. I like that. +2 health regen. Also, let's take the rare can. I do still want, of course, to focus mostly on getting money at this time, but why not? I don't know if I necessarily have like an amazing combo of stuff. +1 health alone is probably worthwhile. Well, like I said, head cheese. Come on, that's fun. It's cheese that you put on your head. Head cheese normally is, it's a bunch of like scrap leftovers of a butchering process that you kind of compress into a loaf that sort of has the texture, consistency of cheese. It is not a literal like chunk of Swiss cheese like it's portrayed here. Oh yes, and also now that I'm doing Radical Rat again, hey, you might notice it's raining. That means these bombs are pretty ineffective. So what does the old rat end up doing now? Well, that was feared, apparently. I don't know what the deal with that was. Must have been an event I got. But yes, without the ability to actually use the bombs, now Radical Rat pretty much just uses them as the throwing big metal spheres at you. It's funny and in some ways almost a little bit more annoying than having to deal with the bombs because you can do something when it comes to taking care of the bombs before they explode. Here, he's just bonking you on the head with them. Hey, Geode finally broke. So that's a huge amount more money. Well, huge. It pretty much just pays for the last 2 purchases that I had. But still, hey, it's not bad. Oh, Pavo is getting beat up right now. But that is okay. I should be able to heal through it, especially with the head cheese itself, so... I did manage to get a skill that actually let me heal, as well as a little bit of extra stat ups too. It's not bad. Intelligence and strength and luck, all going to be working very well for Norman. And this is otherwise, I mean, it's exactly what it looks like as far as strategy goes when it's just a boss that has a rather powerful attack and, you know, a bunch of turns to be able to use it, even though it's not quite as impressive as or mechanically difficult to deal with as the actual attack that old Radical Rat plans to use. Yeah, toss him over there. Yep, that tower defense passive that I got is not too bad. Alright, that was dumb. You know, honestly, I should have took off all the cat hide armor because I forgot how many corpses were going to be around in this fight. I was thinking that it was going to be, you know, well, it's just the rat, right? But it's like, no, each one of the bombs still also counts as that. Protect the weak. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's got stuff going on for it. I mean, I don't know if the strength in numbers works for familiars not spawned by Polly, which, I mean, that'd be great for Sobek. I don't know about Polly, though. Here in the meantime, now I can go and get another set for fun. Over in the sewers. Yes, we're just kind of fighting our way through alleys, into sewers, into, well, that big mountain with an evil-looking face on it in the background eventually. Alright, what do you got? Oh, good. We got stuff like Gassy. Farts to inflict poison 3. It's a very... it's a very... Edmund McMillan sort of style, right? Hey, I was going to turn that into armor. But also, I mean, hey, you can do stuff like force him to go into spiky rocks and stuff, so there are strategies. Other than that, Boomer explodes. Hey, you know, like Left 4 Dead? Yeah, same basic concept. And then in the meantime, I can go and get the fart-soaked corpse of these other cats turned into armor. Great. Oh, what a dumb game this is. Oh, something I didn't even consider is that the fleas are naturally under 5 health. So now they have just normally 50% chance to dodge any attacks. That's not too bad at all. All right. Next battle done. And I got 2 more pieces of armor. Not quite for the full thing, but not too bad either. Spawn flea familiars for the number that you killed, or 50% chance to spawn. Save unused basic attacks for future turns is also pretty good, though, too. Of course, I kind of need some sort of reason. I guess I should probably use this, because it's not always the easiest thing to, on your current turn, try to, you know, use all of the attacks that you're given. So, that's something. And it's an interesting ability. It doesn't really help out that much. It's just because I don't have that many pieces of armor right now. It's good. Certainly. Now, here, I suppose I'm just going to be filling out the entire thing. Yeah, this should do. Oh, yes, inside of the sewers. Yeah, the treasure chests are toilets. That doesn't even make any sense. Like, that's nothing. Fishhook, on the other hand, pretty good item. Knockback to a unit to deal extra damage equal to the knockback. And you know who has that sort of stuff? Well, in fact, tanks tend to be sort of based around knockback entirely. So there's something to that. I'm going to eat these rocks. Yep, truly one of the greatest results from finishing any one of those. Flushmaster, yes, we get poop-related bosses. Alright, this one is interesting because it doesn't even have really attacks by itself. It just pushes units back in the direction that it's facing. So, for example, the whole first round I have is not even going to be particularly important, considering there is almost nothing I can do. I guess so. It's where the holstering ability is going to come in, so, I can't move far enough to get up here. And we'll be able to do so with this, but even then, I mean, only so much. That's really only so much extra damage. Got 100 health after all. Okay, what is even going to be the strategy? Not much, really. Try to avoid having characters thrown into spiky rocks, I guess. I get familiars out here as best I can too, but for the most part, it's just going to be positioning everybody well enough that I'm not going to be taking a ton of damage. Yeah, I only have so many abilities that I can work with. And stuff like Confront is great, but yeah, it's only one of the characters that can do that. Yeah, I'll eventually kind of get it, you know, here. Yeah, that's okay. That's at least something. Same thing, and then the holster ability is gonna start becoming a little bit useful. Let's also get technology since I still have that too. 27 health left. It's enough. And thankfully, due to the whole like cat hide armor thing, everybody has plenty of health regen. So the ability for everybody to recover, well, even though now I'm going to get hit by a spiky rock, is pretty high. I mean, I guess you could look at getting extra armor as being a survivability thing. Also turns into a small piece of poop at the end, which is then immediately killed thanks to that, whatever it's called. I guess give me the health. The big thing that I'm looking for here, Merciless, when you deal 10 damage in a single hit, and I already have 10 strength, so that's every hit. +2 armor, refresh your movement action, pretty good. I mean, the extra 2 damage, of course, would be nice, but so would not having only 20 health. Having, what is that, 28 health? I think it's 4 for each level of that. And, sure, GT, give it to Norman. Doing pretty good. Now, at this point in time, I do think I am going to be a little bit more frugal in my spending. I do want to keep as much money as possible. And 50 coins right now. 50 bucks? I don't know. Some characters will refer to the coins as bucks. It's pretty good. Maximum of 99. But I don't think I'm going to be getting close to that by the end of the sewers. Or maybe I will. Who knows? Grab a big stick. It's like a stick, but larger. Oh boy. And then we are on to the boss of the area, Boris. This is a very Binding of Isaac enemy too. Well, a lot of them are. Okay. Boris's entire thing is a lot of health and has trample, i.e. moving into you deals damage. So that is annoying. It's stuff where the ability to heal a lot is going to come in quite a bit. And perhaps even attack at distance. I suppose it has, what is it, +2 range on that? That could be even more. I could be even more careful with myself right now, but clearly that's not going to be what's happening. Slowly, and then eventually open wounds is going to be pretty good for this boss. Yeah, this boss is sort of deceptively simple. It really seems like it is quite easy, and depending on the sort of build that you got, especially if it's like hugely ranged focus, and you can move out of the way. You got those movement abilities that I keep talking about. It can be good. But otherwise, you can see the damage racks up real quick. It's not the... It can be something of a problem, especially if you don't have the ability to move around real quick. Ugh. Of course, the ability to hit multiple times too, even outside of their normal turns, can prove something of a problem. The dash, honestly, not that bad. I feel like that's one of the more manageable parts of this boss. Also, yeah, let's hit the music a little bit then too. It's a pretty good track. Quite who I wanted to throw, by the way. Flush is this track. It's definitely a pretty good highlight of the game. Oh yeah. Although I like a lot of the tracks. 48 damage remaining. I had another synchro spin that could also help too, but thankfully thankfully Boris is getting away from the hunter. So stopping, I'm not taking nearly as much damage, which I think is for the best. Come on. Do this without having anybody get taken down is really what I'm looking for right now. 8 damage. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, pretty decent. Not amazing. Got a lot of cat hide armor, which I'm not even going to be able to utilize because, you know, I only have so much space to work with. But hey, that was a pretty good run. I don't think anybody even got downed once. Yeah, but we can't go any farther. That's not how the game works. Yes, and now as I'm starting to unlock areas, begin getting treated to some cutscenes, which are sort of your introduction to the next bosses of the game. All right, what do I even want to keep? No, worn bird feed. Yeah, when you take something out for a second time, it comes back worn. And that's the sort of thing that prevents you from being able to just grab a bunch of items you like and then use those forever. As such, give me the glasses. That'll be good for any sort of spell casting that goes on. And then head cheese, jite. Fanny pack is not bad. And then give me like the headwear and necklace. I don't really have anything else. Ugh. Maybe I'll go talk to Butch. It's just like, who? Yeah, you don't have anything particularly impressive as far as stats goes. Give me a bigger box so that I can store all this cat hide armor that I got from largely leeches back in the sewer. Ah, there's also another collar. The Thief. Yes, this is actually going to be great because Thief is, well, based around critical hits and money. So easy way to, especially in the very early game, get a lot of extra money too. Now that I have the caves opened up, I get a little bit more lore from Frank, that dead guy in that place once. Yeah, if didn't really realize prior to this point, that's Frank. And apparently whoever this is was a corpse. Additionally, we now got Palm Art set up. As got a little bit of a preview for, Trace talking about that earlier. It's just, this is where you spend money. Well, one of the places you spend money. Not too much important in here, but as I, continue to get upgrades, Tracy's going to want older cats, older than 5 days. Yeah, that's all it takes. Should be able to get a lot better items stocked up. And the cats are fighting already. Come on. I can't do much related to not having these cats fight right now. All right, but anyway, that is 4 new cats. Get rid of poop down there because not only does it reduce comfort, it also reduces health, which is bad. Anyway, get going. However, now that I got the Thief unlocked, I don't really need to necessarily make progress in the game. And I think the strategy that I'm going to employ right now is not doing full-sized runs to try and get farther down to the caves, all that sort of stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to focus entirely on getting some money and getting some retired cats to keep expanding my house. Just in general doing the whole donation grind as I'm starting instead of jumping into unlocking everything as soon as possible. So, in other words, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take out... Here you go. A lot of speed. Usually I'm looking for more luck. And then the nail throw does scale with dexterity, but honestly, thieves have a lot of different abilities that are not really going to be necessarily needing dexterity to work well. And of course, the abilities that I get immediately are not particularly impressive. Ooh, poison and then a melee attack that hits from behind. And that's the other thing that a lot of the skills have for the thief. Just the ability to deal more damage or only be usable or something like that for backstabs. Now I'm looking for stuff that gives me money. Hey, and now finally have the hard mode route opened up. Hard mode route is, it's not tremendously different. You get more stuff. The big difference, though, is that you also get 2 fights instead of 1 before the boss. In other words, an entirely new level kind of opened up to you for one of your cats. You also just get, like, better stuff. Here, it's a bunch of the food for back at the house, but other areas give you things like furniture boxes, which is not something that's really come up too much lately, but will probably come up eventually. Of course, that does also mean, well, harder enemies. As you can see, TomTom has been upgraded to double health and a little bit of extra damage, too. Thankfully, for this early in the game, it's not too significant, but the hard mode can get quite difficult a little bit later on. Mysterious paper machine, you say? What do you got? Oh, technology. Sure. I know you can get some weird stuff from the fax machine if you find that event. Oh, yes, and for enemies that don't have eyes, they just give them little angry eyebrows. Even if it does not make any sense on the character, like for the flies. Oh, this is a unique sort of event for the alley. It's a knife stuck in the wall, and I'm not entirely sure if you need to pass some sort of check to be able to pull it out, or if it's something that you do over multiple runs, but even if you succeed, it doesn't seem to do it. And if you fail, you cut yourself. Yeah. So that'll be something to pay attention to, because eventually I'm going to be able to get that knife. And since I am focusing on getting money, we'll just kind of stop right there, right to the boss. Okay, that was actually a pretty easy fight. Just managed to get a good amount of criticals. All right, and so just for a pretty simple, what about like 15? Oh, actually, punch face is pretty good. I really like that one because all you gotta do is just face the unit. It's as easy as that. But yeah, you don't need to continue on to the sewers. You can just immediately go back. Nice. I can immediately go back, take my 35 coins, and now I also have 3 retired cats that I can go and send over to Frank. Got loot, got out. Exactly. See, the thief is made for this sort of thing. And yeah, it's just being a little bit careful, a little bit cautious, going slowly, but with purpose, I suppose is how I would say it. Also, you know what? I'll take this. Maybe I can get a leather set going on at some point in time. As for everything else, whatever. Look, I'll get a bunch of better items, too. Really, everyone else, though, I think we can kind of start sending out. You know what? Here, let's get the first upgrade for Paw Mart as well. I'm not even entirely sure what it does. Oh, yeah, no, you get a food storage box. I can put in the house. And then, is this the last NPC? No, I mean, I know there's going to be a couple more coming, but yeah. This is definitely the NPC that I was looking for. Baby Jack, I think their name is. They sell furniture. So yes, now I have a little bit of a home decoration type of mini game. I'm going to get that off of the bed. Why do I have the cat tree on the bed anyway? Well, as you can see, things give you various stats, so it can give me extra comfort, and the whole thing about me grinding up money. Also, nothing particularly impressive. The whole thing about me grinding up money is mostly so I can afford furniture. Better furniture means better cats. Yeah, his Nona is dead. I think that's pretty obvious. Maybe. Well, anyway, no problem. That's going to be the point. But then the other thing is that Jack is going to want cats that are injured. Basically to help him move around furniture, which, whatever. These are the sort of cats that can use shotguns. I guess that makes sense. What do you got? Hey! That's kind of expensive, though. I mean, I can afford both of these, so whatever. Works for me. All right, so to appeal, and you might wonder, it's just like, what is appeal? Well, up on the top of the screen, I got like this little number next to the house. That means, I guess, how nice my house is to the various cats that show up outside. So a nicer house, better cats. Prioritizing getting as much appeal as possible and doing a little bit of light grinding at the beginning of the game. Probably just spend a couple hours while I'm, whatever, watching Super Mario World hacks or something in the background. I should be able to get quite a bit of appeal and a significant improvement in cats. Which, considering how the difficulty in this game can get pretty rough pretty quick. I mean, I know that for a lot of people, the boss of the caves is kind of a rough one if you don't prepare correctly. It's like preparing for that sort of thing just by doing a couple quick runs through the alley is I don't think it's a bad idea. Yes, the cats occasionally start singing along with the song. But more interesting, apparently the fanny pack is made out of leather. +3 armor. Oh boy. But I was curious as to what it was. Next house upgrade. Get a little bit more lore on Frank. Not really too much. He scares children. There you go. Oh, yeah, also he's an alien. Now I'm starting to get some space. And more importantly, places to put furniture. Which, I guess, I haven't really been able to buy too much so far, but that's going to change in the future. And even then, I have been able to buy stuff. Things like the sewer dresser is very interesting. High stimulation, mutation, which is pretty unique right now. However, minus appeal. I'm kind of focusing on appeal more than anything else, which is why stuff like cough syrup, yeah, just combo these two things together, and there you go. Well, once I get rid of the poop. And there you go. But not yet. Don't worry. Soon. Hard path of the sewer, you get a choice between just a regular treasure chest if you don't really care too much about the special thing, the box. Furniture box. Furniture box is pretty simple. Bring it back to the house, becomes furniture. Now, I thought, going by the description when I initially saw it, breaks when, thing is depleted, becomes a random piece of furniture when you return home. So I thought, for some reason, that when it's depleted, it then becomes a random piece of furniture when you return home. So I went on my way to try and get this depleted. No, it's just an extra little bit of block if you want to equip it up on characters. Yeah, I mean, it does give you some use if you don't care too much about the actual furniture itself. Some variations on this item that you see later are even more powerful. But then again, you lose the furniture. No, I want as much furniture as possible. Anyway, other thing is that I guess I'm taking this one to the caves because this has been a pretty decent run so far. I'll get more into that as I get there, though. Flush now on the radio playlist. After you've been in Area 3 times, you get the music to play back on the radio at home. Okay, into the caves. Caves is... It's got something of a tricky gimmick to it more than anything else. A lot of the things are going to be similar enough. It's just... well, let's go through the build that I got right now. All right, Valikov is doing Hunter's Boon plus Arrow Flurry. 5 weak shots, each one has a 50% chance to miss. Kinda rough. However, bullseye. Range attacks never miss. Okay. So you can see that sort of combo. The hunters have a few different attacks that low accuracy, high damage, or they're spammable or something like that. Honestly, some of the best in the game when it comes to just raw DPS for the amount of mana you're putting into it. Otherwise, if you're not really too much to say, ranged medic's cool. It allows you to get heals over a little bit more distance. Probably the most interesting thing is this divine protection. One holy shield, if you know the holy mantle from Binding of Isaac. I'm going to keep making comparisons to that. That's just... there's a lot of comparisons to be made. Kinetic spikes. So yeah, well, sparkles. That just means like if you take damage and you have one kinetic spike, you emit one sparkle, which does 1 damage to a completely random enemy on the map. You can never know exactly what it is. But if I keep continuously casting this over and over, you know, dealing 10 damage to a random enemy on a map, when against bosses, that's just an extra 10 damage to the boss. And also, you don't need to be right next to an enemy to be able to deal damage, of course. Scatological. Scatological you just get during an event where you eat poop. It's the best choice compared to the other things that can happen when you get the eat poop event. And I'm using it as healing too, because I got this as well. Why not? Money into damage build. It's not the best, but it does give me more money. And then we got Pasho, who's kind of the major damage dealer. And not the only damage dealer. Of course, Velikov with the Arrow Flurry Bullseye does quite a bit of DPS. But for when it comes to like big DPS, Pasho's not actually doing that. Pasho is getting those kinetic spikes, that Holy Mantle, the Relic, again from Binding of Isaac. Look, it's just going to keep happening, okay? That gives you even more sparkle stuff when I get that holy warrior, whatever it's called, divine protection, and then also pincushion. But maybe the most interesting thing is that I also got this DNA multiplier on this turn. Double all status effects that get applied to you, good and bad. However, I mean, you know, goes from 3 thorns to 6 thorns, goes from 1 kinetic spike to 2 kinetic spike each time. Pretty powerful. Overall, I think this is a great item, and I feel like I never see it enough. But anyway, inside the caves is going to be, what are these, like, cave creatures? Also a lot of fetuses, because Binding of Isaac, well, Eggman McMuffin style game. I was going to say Binding of Isaac as if, like, Binding of Isaac invented that. No, it just happens to be that also appeared a lot in that game as well. Oh, yeah, hey, for at least a reference to a game not there, I got Top Hat. Top Hat, Dr. Fetus from Super Meat Boy, which is fun. And lets you have a bomb at the start of the fight, because, of course, kind of the shtick. All right, these initial enemies, the whole, like, disguising thing, while obnoxious, are pretty minimal. I mean, they're more or less like... Here, you know what? I'm going to throw this down. Why not? They're more or less like fighting the kittens, except they also have the fun ability to fear you, which uses up your movement more than anything else. I knew it. Don't think for even a second that I didn't know that was going to happen. How do you think I took out the grappling hook? Whatever. These are not the enemies that I am concerned with. You'll see kind of what the infamous gimmick of this area eventually becomes. Now, in the meantime, which one was it? It was you, right? Yeah, there you go. Not a huge fan of like doing bramble stuff, considering that brambles also affect my characters, but hey, I mean, whatever works, right? Kind of the way you need to end up looking at the... There's more even? That's the other thing, too. They don't make it very clear. No? Probably you, then. Oh, okay, there you go. Wow, that's kind of annoying that things should reveal themselves if you have already otherwise finished the entire map, really. All right, time to get feared again. Actually, I guess that doesn't work if you jump directly on top of them. A benefit of the perk that this tank has. It's funny that, yeah, I got that whole uses up your move to give you thorns on one of the more mobile tanks that I have. Oh, what do you got? Triple nails. Triple nails are kind of what I'm looking for. Now, normally I would say, hey, I already have an attacking skill, but the boss in this area, and I'll get into this later, is going to... You want to have attacking skills for them. Or, I suppose, thorns. Equipped weapon? Do you even have an equipped weapon? I don't think I don't think they have an equipped weapon. Whatever. All right. Next up, yes, Mega Fetus. Why in the caves? I don't know. And then spider cats. Move away after it attacks. Immune to tile effects. And they love putting down these. Tangle's what it catches. That means that you have to use your regular attack to get out of it if you get stuck in the web. It may not sound like it's much. It is a lot. Let's just put it that way. Oh, these spiders are extraordinarily obnoxious to deal with because of that. I guess use the weakening nail. A little bit of that. Oh, right, because they have the counter attack sort of thing. It does have that gimmick to it. Well, also does that. Thank you, Sparkles. Okay. As of right now, like I said, doesn't seem too bad, but these spider cats and other characters like them will just spam. I mean, I guess these ones don't actually do the webbing, which good. But other characters definitely do, and definitely over and over and over, completely immobilizing you, preventing you from using your basic attack, which if you don't have any sort of attacking skills, is terrible. All that sort of stuff. Can be countered pretty well if you do happen to be on fire. Is that a preferable alternative in my mind? I mean, it depends. It's a situational way to solve the problem, yes, but it is a way to solve the problem. It's a lot like tall grass in that case. You're still alive. Just like, there better not be another one of those stupid cave cats in here. Oh, do I hate them. The lifesteal is annoying, but honestly manageable. Like, that's the least of the gimmicks of the spider cats. What do you got? Hedge in is interesting. You know what? Give me the metabolize. I like that as far as survival goes. I don't remember if you actually heal the amount that you metabolize. I think you do. So that's like +4 health per turn. Oh, yes, I also got this skill stone. I assume this is a Pokemon reference. I don't know. I haven't played Pokemon since 1995. Oh, yeah, by the way, just straight up brown chest from Binding of Isaac as the treasure chests in here. Yep. I told you that the comparisons are going to keep coming. There are no shortage of that, especially in the early game, I feel like. As you get a little bit farther, I do think it changes up somewhat, but for now, all right, get over here. Or I'll get over to you, whatever. Hey, if I use up my movement, it's not... whatever, who cares? The bomb's not that good. Also, ow. But yes, I was going to say, something about something. The movement may be used up, but that's why I got, like, the mini hook on him. No, it does not fill it up. Okay, so that is unfilled health. I could not remember. Can't pull you into me, can I? Nah, of course not. That is handy, though. And of course, that's not really the point now, is it? Big slime. Splits into 4 medium slimes on death. Yes, it's the old marching mild. You know it, you love it. Or asteroids. I suppose asteroids is kind of the better comparison. We are almost certainly at a point in time where more people would probably know about the classic arcade game Asteroids than Yoshi's Island. That feels correct. And thankfully continues showing in the same area. Hey, you remember how I got that +5 mana every time I kill an enemy? Well, when we're being continuously enemies spawning in, that makes it pretty easy to do this sort of stuff. And I can also hit him with that over and over. Of course, it's not quite completely filling up the amount of mana that I'm getting back, but it's not bad either. Yeah, and then thorns, especially when you have tons of new enemies spawning in. Just dying as soon as they hit Pasha. Good stuff. He wrecked it. And now... I just wait more or less. I mean, I could even throw on that to be able to do. I have like a miss chance? I missed there for some reason. Oh, right, the fog. There's that fog event that's happening. So everybody's got a 10% chance to miss, which of course feels like a lot more because I guess this game works off of XCOM logic. 99% chance? I think you mean 50. Go watch that video if you want to see me. I missed, what, a point-blank 99% chance shot? Didn't even make any sense? Like, at all? Well. Continuing on. Oh, what do we got? Yeah, arrow flare. Oh, 50% chance to crit, considering I already got good. That would, yeah. I mean, that's like a major damage dealer for me, so why not? I think that I am going to be going the hard route on this one. Oh, training band. I like that one. 20% crit chance. It's a simple hat, but it's a good hat. And +1 brace. Ooh. I mean, considering that's +2 brace because the DNA multiplier. Yeah, this is some good stuff. And of course, I got a movement skill to also make that work, which is great because these are some of the most obnoxious enemies in the game. Inflicts confusion, 50% dodge chance, and flying. So they're not even going to be affected by individual stuff. Well, hey, good thing ranged attacks can't miss. That's the thing that's really excellent for... Did you just... Did the brain drain just... Yeah, I'm fairly certain the brain drain just magically countered Shiro's compulsion to eat poop. I didn't know that was considered to be in the class of spells. There you go. Oh, not them. This is the character. Well, let's heal you as best I can then to start with. Oh yeah, these things also run away, hit or miss when you attack them. So let's start out. Good, got that. Ah, yes, of course. Thank you, Brain Drain. Yeah, those enemies are pretty obnoxious, but as long as you got even just a very low damage spell to throw out at the start of each round or a compulsion to eat poop. Right. You can counter their countering pretty quick. Okay, then. And then easily forget about that every single time. Went right back, but couldn't do it. I got him. That's how it works, baby. Apparently. Oh, God. Get me. Well, again, it's just like... take damage, sure. But you know what I get in return? 2 dead bats. All right. Now I need to slowly make my way over. And again, start casting stuff purely so that they don't get... What is it? Stat ups and heals, I think? Yeah, which is not ideal. I'm not going to worry too much about... Oh, yeah, I should watch out for confusion. Oh, come on. He can't do it. Keeps trying, just cannot do it. Anyway, get extra movement, get extra... didn't even do... Whatever. Am I already looking at the back? I don't even know. It doesn't matter. Actually managed to not punch yourself in the back of the head, somehow casting that. Good job, Shiro. Got very lucky with confusion, it feels like. Ugh. Hate those things. Okay. Yeah, give me triple nails. But hey, already it's like starting to get a good amount of stuff. Spare parts. Yeah, don't forget about this too. You can throw that on, get extra ability to get critical hits. I did buy that for good reason. Yeah, sure, what do you got? I, of course, want to keep as much money as possible. It's also a fun animation. But it's something interesting. A rare-ish item. I don't want to use it, but it's a rare-ish item. Right? Oh, God. It's the same thing that I just did. You don't need to see this entire thing. 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's enough. Yep. All right, that one went a lot easier, but it was mostly because, of course, the bats went to go hit the tank instead of... anyone else. As for this Divine Protection, I think going to be pretty good coming up against the boss. And I also managed to kill Turkey for a whole turkey. As one does. Get rid of this already. Why am I even using it? And Teleport. Hey, Teleport ain't bad. Probably has some decent synergy, I think, with the whole pincushion thing, if I'm not going to be able to move otherwise. I also got this. No, I'm pretty satisfied with what I got so far. Next up, another one of the unique items that you get, Money Bag. Small melee attack, but then turns into 25 coins. It's great because coins cap out at 99, so that's a way to get over 100 coins in a single run. I eat it, I guess. Ooh, the first mutation of the game. Yeah, that can happen randomly. I mean, you saw mutation. The sewer drawers had that as a thing back in the house, and boy, this is a weird one, isn't it? Nor the tiles are trapped. Yeah, good. And only at the cost of whatever, like the incredibly huge legs that don't even fit on the screen. And also another furniture box. So yeah, going hard route in the caves, get 2 different good things. Boss! Meow. 1 baby spider. Please don't hurt me. All right. And of course, this is no ordinary baby spider. It's pleased to not be hurt. Well, scary, but it did also web up one of my characters so far. No, it's a boss, so I'm going to deal as much damage as possible before problems happen. Okay, yeah, here's the real boss. It's Spinnerhead. You saw him in the cutscene, for God's sake. And, of course, as you might guess, the thing that I was talking about, the webbing deal is important to note. Like, don't even think for a second you're going to be relying on your regular attack for a lot of this fight. Because Spinneret's going to be, well, more specifically the mobs, as well as the boss themselves, are going to be just locking you down with webs over and over. You definitely, if you're going to the caves, want to have at least one character that has skills that can deal damage. Yeah, gotta watch out for that infested thing, too. That it's a reactionary sort of deal where on getting hit, spawn a bunch of... Good. On getting hit spawns a bunch of the smaller spiders, which then inflict infested. Destroying the corpse when they die. And if they've gotten infested a lot, that can be a lot of damage that all those tiny spiders popping out will get, as well as, of course, instantly killing your cat. So, important thing to note. Also, enrages when hit from behind. Don't hit them from behind. It's a bad idea. All right. In the meantime, though, please, by the way, the title screen goes back and forth between saying, please don't hurt me, and please don't hurt me. I just feel like that was important to note. All right. The actual melee attack this character does is kind of minimal, ultimately. Don't take too much damage. Does it have to be... Oh, right. Immune to... Thank you, big legs. I almost forgot. Let's kind of just make sure you're not about to die. You've got a lot of damage you can deal. Also, the tank can huck you over there, too. Sure, I want to get the Holy Warrior thing set up as soon as possible. That is not what it's called. The Divine Protection set up as soon as possible. But also, at the same time, I do really want to make sure that... Fine. I do want to make sure that I am... Yeah, gonna be getting a lot of infection here. But hey, thanks to +5 every time I do this now. Ain't too bad. All right. Yeah, I love that Hunter's Boon. If I can get that, if that can be inherited by any characters in the future, that'd be fantastic. No, the thorns are going to be mostly because the boss also has, what is it, trample, I think it's called, i.e. they deal damage when they walk into you, which is rough, but honestly not the worst thing. I did not need to eat that turkey. Why did I even bother with that? And move over here, and again, since I made absolutely sure that I have multiple ways to deal attacks, that's an important part of the strategy we're looking at here. It's either that or light the boss on fire is a pretty good way to deal with the many ads that you'll be encountering that will be hitting you with webs. Because if you're on, you can't be trapped if you're on fire. That's just common sense. The big legs not even making any sense at all. I mean, they're working, certainly. I think I might be able to jump out of this. Yes, and that also breaks free. Good. Even if that gets me trapped immediately again, that will... And also the catapult, just in general. Crystalline Dreams for the song for this one, by the way. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. Ugh. Yeah, if you have a cat explode when they are hyper-infested, that is really bad. But that's why you just got to make sure that everybody's kind of topped up. Excellent. Excellent amount of damage. All right. Well, I only got 10 left. I hit him with this. I was kind of planning to get a little bit more use out of Divine Protection for, well, protection. Oh, doesn't even matter. And as per usual, ads just kind of run away. That does reduce the amount of rewards that I get, but it is not that big of a deal. Who cares? Not bad at all. Restore all your mana. Oh, what an amazingly good. And also, yeah, give me Hunter's Moon Plus. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to use it because we're done. I don't know if you noticed this big, like, oh, yes, and also, yeah. This is also considered like the end of an area, so I'm actually getting unlocks. Yeah, those unlocks are going to... You can mouse over characters, classes, I guess, to see a sort of post-it note style thing that shows what you've completed. So the spiders are the cave. And that's going to be true for every one of them. And as I said way back at the start of the video, collarless classes also have this too. A lot of fun. Ugh. So, big old wall of flesh deep underground. We just got to go sacrifice a guide doll into lava. No. Strange cube. I can also bite it too. Which, okay. Hey, and we got another mutation. Which... Sure, that's not... I mean, the 30 food is good, too. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to even carry that much back. Anyway, what did I get? We are looking at cat legs. +1 luck, -1 movement. Yeah, the stats can get into pretty wacky territories once cats start mutating all over the place. And that's also why breeding is going to be important to try and keep more cats having these sort of abilities. All right, that covers the caves, and overall, I think... I don't know if I'm necessarily going to say, you know, I do still want to do like a little bit of grinding stuff. Gonna keep you, definitely. Everything else, I don't know if it's all that important. I'll get rid of glasses for the sake of the training band. I feel like the training band's pretty high quality stuff. Everything else, it doesn't really matter. None of these are good enough that... Well, first off, you do have good abilities. I think Hunter's Boon, again, fantastic. You got mutations that I want to keep around. Same with you. Shiro. No. Go help Butch do crimes. Oh, yeah, there's a training band there, too. That's fun. Also, almost enough for the food storage box. Not that it really matters. And... I was able to clear out stuff, so one day later should be able to... First off. Oh. No cat. I told you these safe animations are wacky. All right. Nothing much here, but what do we got new inside of the store? Indie game the movie. Old Eggman McMuffin was in that one. All right. To appeal, I think the bone stuff have really high appeal for some reason. Guts table, not so much. Photo, sure. I think I can actually put that on the wall, which is handy. Easy way to fill out stuff on the grid. Why don't I just keep putting everything down here? Put it on top of the antique bath, which is on top of my bed. Also, oh yes, I did get so the various boxes that I grabbed then. Got like a little wobble bird, fun stuff. And elegant dresser, which is huge, but gives me appeal. So, hey, that's what I'm looking for. You nearly got 10 at this point in time. Hey, this is all going great. With the caves covered, let's get out to the junkyard. Lot of kind of annoying enemies. For example, these hosts. Yes, straight from Binding of Isaac. I know. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? But for the most part, I want to say that this is actually a little bit easier than going into the sewers. Yeah, at least it certainly feels that way. Melee attacks only if possible. These enemies also leave if everything else has been killed, much unlike Binding of Isaac. Ugh. Sometimes it's worth just letting that occur, even if you might lose out on, some stuff there. Other than that, got kind of an interesting sort of... Here, get over here. These glass spitters, which, gross, but also that's this game. Ugh. And they don't really sound much like cats, to be honest.
Meow.
Anyway, okay. Interesting combo. Morale boost, normally a cleric ability because they're not really planned to be killing too many things as a cleric. Now, instead, got it on a fighter. So I can do stuff like walk out here. Now everybody has a stat up. Yes, it only says whenever you kill something. It doesn't say whenever you kill an enemy. Also lip filler.
Meow.
Which you can see very slightly increases the size of your mouth every single time you use it. For longer battles, this can get silly. And there you go, +2 all stats up on, well, everybody else. I kind of forgot that it doesn't affect the person that has the ability, which is a shame because that would be most ideal. And I just put it on the fighter in particular because, well, you expect the fighter to be the one that's going to be largely killing things, right? And move right on back. I forgot that also did deal damage to the host as well. Pretty much anything that's around a tire will get hurt in one way or another. Oh, big thing with the junkyard is that you got these glass tiles. 1 damage when stepped on, and then when attacked causes bleed. Now, if I had anything to cure bleed, that wouldn't really be a big deal, but I don't, so the less bleed I can take, the better, really. Also does work for enemies as well, so there's something to be said about that. Do that. And honestly, just toss you back there, because that will destroy it and also get a little bit of bleed on there, too.
Meow.
Okay, similar sort of thing. Bam. And bigger mouth. Yeah, there's a lot of weapon items that you can pretty much count as every turn you get a +1 to some stat. Charisma is not the most useful one, but it does also give you a little bit of mana at the same time, so it's worthwhile. Cool, +1 brace. It's not bad, but kind of unimpressive. And you can see, since I started out with this would be replacing something else. Or I can get a stat up and a full heal too, which, considering that I currently like, yeah, critical for anything that you're, no. Critical for any enemy that you're facing, that you're hitting the face of, more or less. That's great. That's a lot of extra damage I could potentially be getting. And then combine that with morale boost, it almost guarantees that anything I'm going up against is going to be a full party, well, not full party because fighter themselves not getting it, but stat up. I guess if I had the poop eating thing, but then the character would eat the poop. Something of a problem. All right, kittens, except it evolves in several turns. See if I can't stop that from happening. I'm surprised that I hit both of those. 50% chance. Like I said, usually doesn't really feel like that. Otherwise looking okay. Yes, and then the hosts. Usually there aren't that many hosts, I feel like, in this area. You will find them quite a bit here. But yeah, dealing with a lot of bleed, dealing with a lot of obnoxious enemies is just how this works here. Ugh, I also forgot to get rid of my rattlesnake. It's fine. Look, the rattlesnake is also like a decent ally, too. So, I'm okay with keeping him around. Do want to kind of make sure that everybody's not... You can take a lot of damage. Yeah, compared to Binding of Isaac, where those enemies are just taking absolutely no damage, even when you can nuke the entire screen with a... No, here we go. And when you can nuke the entire screen with a bunch of... With like an absurdly overpowered build, hosts will not take damage unless they're out of the skull. Here, they just reflect any sort of... they reflect any sort of range attack you throw at them, and then will counter melee attacks thrown. Awful, but manageable. It's our battle with +2 moves. You could probably use that, I guess. Sure. So I get some glasses. Why am I getting so many glasses? No, not that. I mean, I could throw it on somebody. It doesn't matter, though. I don't have anything that spawns anything. Can creeper. Ugh, this is... Yeah, speaking of annoying bosses again, it can only be hit from the front. And then also spawns a couple new enemies, but with the way that I have everything set up right now, spawning new enemies just means more stat ups in a lot of ways. So, a little bit of that. Reload that move. Well, reload the move. You get 2 at the beginning. It doesn't reload every turn or anything like that. Which is a shame. That would be quite powerful, but maybe a little bit too powerful. Hey, can you get over here? No. As far as mini bosses go, I feel like this is an extremely manageable one, really. This is it almost feels like it's just a regular enemy that they made into a mini boss for some reason. All right, wait a second. How powerful is this fly? Jeez. Well, guess I'll do that and then go move in front of here. I still want to get those stat ups. Stat ups are good. A little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Not quite, but almost there. In fact, if I could get you, if I could goad you right over here, as long as you're facing me. Yeah, I guess that's good. Annoying as that is with the spawning in new stuff. Then you got phase 2. Ranged attacker must be in creep to attack. By the way, if you try to hit them out of creep, they just spawn in creep. Which, great, thanks. Creep pretty much just counted as harder to move over, also does damage. There's not really much to say when it comes to strategy against this sort of character. Just kind of do it. Yeah, having characters that take a couple rounds to sort of get to maximum power, I'll be honest, usually not like the best idea, but also at the same time, I do plan for pretty much everybody in the party to have at least one attack, so I think it works out pretty well regardless. A little bit of health. Am I going to go hard mode? I feel like I'm going to go hard mode. Yeah. You can see the theming around this area. Barbed wire and tires. Pretty much get them in equal parts. Give me more health. I don't like having, less than 20. That is not much at all. So yeah, every single area has their own sort of themed sets of items. Like you got poop items down in the sewers. You got like paper items over in the alley. as well as just the general, like, refuse sort of stuff. Here, funny enough, you don't really get refuse in quite the same way. It's more like, hey... yeah, one of those things where piercing ability, thanks to weak spot, is good, because enemies are actually starting to get some armor on them now, but also at the same time, really got... Yeah, come on. I want that stat up, and I want a mystery bag. This bag just holds a whole bunch of question marks. Weird, huh? All right, I am actually going to get out here and start dealing a little bit of damage to enemies rather than my own units. They might not be that powerful, but they are still, you know, ones that are friendly to me compared to old Popeye, for example. Hey, welcome to pretty much just Magnus, but as a regular cat. Doesn't have the spin attack, though, so maybe it's not quite the same thing. And yes, of course, we're already getting to the point where regular enemies are more or less the mini-bosses that I was fighting. Not too surprising, really. Give me that money. I still want a lot of money. Money's good. Yeah, as you can tell, this Popeye, though, is the big version as opposed to, you know, the other ones, which are kind of like the more normal guys. So that. Okay, well, I was going to do this rally thing. Force a unit to attack enemies. I mean, if your character can't really do attacks by themselves, because cleric doesn't really lend itself very well to that, at least I can go and get like a fighter or the Marcello to do some damage instead. Big mouth. Excellent. Also got counter. Not that it really makes too much of a difference. It's like, as of right now, the game isn't quite difficult enough to start requiring the real wacky combos, but that can't even get over here now. Yeah, start requiring like real wacky combos, but we're gonna get there. Get there pretty quick. I guess the goading actually did work. Not gonna complain. Okay. What do we got? I don't really need that much more health. But nothing else really makes too much of a difference. I guess give me luck up. Maybe I can get a decent critical every once in a while. Furniture, of course. Trash cans. It's like you don't throw out trash cans. The trash and besides, unlike dumpsters, you wouldn't really even find them inside of it. It's like finding a toilet in the sewers. Yes, I see like the thematic part of it, but it barely makes any sense is what I'm trying to say. What do we got here? Whole bunch of Popeyes. The weakness skill for that the cleric has been pretty good at making sure they're not going to deal too much damage. Still, though, yeah, I don't think it's too much to talk about with this. And that's one more fight down. No, didn't even get any characters down or anything like that. Nope. I think this is going pretty good. Pretty good, which is why I wanted to get into the junkyard on this run. Crusade is a surprisingly good skill. Not only does it's sort of a movement skill that forces your entire party to move, and also move together, since they all go to an enemy in one way or another. I quite like it. Let's walk away. No risk here. Look at an old car junk. Look at old car junk. If you had a working car, which the cats would know how to use. Oh, yes. Chubs and nubs. So, fun thing about this game, yes, dogs do appear, but for some reason they're always headless. Why? I don't know. It is, to be honest, absolutely baffling sort of decision on the part of the developers, but, well, that's what it is. So yeah, two fights, kind of one that flops around, one that walks around, both blind. If you stay out of the way, really don't take too much damage. Most annoying thing with these characters is that they will shoot out a poison creep shot, so don't be facing them most of the time. which is a real shame because, you know, this ability. Basic attacks are critical if they hit the front of a unit. Well, it's not really that much of a difference. I have plenty of ways to be able to deal damage in this particular fight. Music track for this time is Chum Bucket Kitty. Where is that smell coming from, indeed? Okay, if I can keep them a little bit far away from me. There's that creep shot. So if you got a bunch of like small hits in a row, that can be really obnoxious. Well, and they're facing a character. But hey, you're doing more damage behind them as it is, so ain't too bad. Stay away from me. Yeah, and that's why I don't want to go walk right in front of the character. That's just going to result in me taking a whole bunch of poison. Over here, can I rally you? No. Can crusade, though. As long as you don't crusade in front of the chubs or nubs there. That's kind of the most important thing. But like I said, it does get everybody close together. Makes that nice and easy to do extra damage. What was I trying to hit there? I don't even know. Strange. As always, give me the lip filler. And let's go counter. I could have also used the bull rush to go forward a little bit more. That's my movement ability. Also does a little bit of damage too. But it can be multi-use. In fact, that saves me more stuff to be able to deal damage with, right? Man, not even critical. I don't want to have them get poisoned, so toss away. More like the reverse movement ability, but hey, you know, whatever works, right? Hit you. Rally is good, but you gotta kind of keep near your entire area. Is it missing the wall? I guess it must be. I don't know, it's weird. Alright, do a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Honestly, just keep throwing on. I am fully expecting to get hit here. Sure, the characters may be blind, but that doesn't mean that they don't, you know, of course, they can't figure out how to hit you regardless. I mean, just the way that they have huge ranges on their attack with the spin and there's again the poison. Careful, because like I said, that can become unmanageably huge if you let it. And then let's crusade around because I want to get like a reshuffle of all of my characters. See, so if I rallied one of them, yeah, I could get some extra damage, but then poison. Although I think this character may actually have more of a lobbed attack and will shoot over. Yeah, okay, it does. Thought that was like they have a little bit of a difference. Excellent. And then whichever one you kill, the other one gets some sort of special ability. Chubs just becomes angrier. Nubs explodes. And the explosion will kill characters, even if they're at like full health, and destroy their corpses. It's scary, but as long as you get behind something, it can actually be a little bit more safe compared to having to fight an enraged dog instead. Again, I don't want you to get hit in the back, but also, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Well, 7 damage is actually kind of a big deal. Get out of here. I don't want to deal with your spitting ability. All right, as it is, though. Just kind of, you know, take it slow, take it tactically, right? Real quick, get in here. Don't hit him from the front. Hit him away with a bull rush. Again, movement and damage. That was kind of the entire plan in the first place. Can't hit it a corner, too, even if I have the counter going on. I can do a one of you, and then disengage, baby. What is this thing actually called? A rebound. I mean, I'm just using that as my attack ability, but you know what? It works. Again, slow and tactically. We don't need to take this real fast, recklessly.
Meow.
And frankly, as it is, it's got this smile is getting huge. Having a great time. Good stuff. One hit left should do it, and that'll wrap up this boss fight. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Chubs and Nubs conquered pretty easy. That means got one more area opened up, which is of course going to be the other one that unlocks stuff too. Backflip, I think, is pretty great. That's almost more of a survival thing. We'll call it a survival thing. It's a dodge. But can't continue on right now, so Rocky Doctors are returning home. The Boneyard! And you might have thought for a boss preview that didn't really seem all that impressive considering they were already being attacked by bony arms. Oh, wait until you see the boss. No, wait for a judgment until you actually see the boss. Hey, I think this cat, yeah, Butch has the next upgrade for me, which is just, get more stuff, be able to store more stuff. Also going to be stealing medication now. Great. It's cats. All right. No problem. Caves are the old cemetery. Been going there. A classic example of an event that just absolutely ruins the run. Blood Frenzy. You just kind of randomly get it during an event sometimes. So, let's take a look. By the way, I got another shotgun. When you kill a unit, take an extra turn when you are completely uncontrollable and try to kill everything. This means that on killing something, Electra is going to just get an extra turn and kill everything else in the entire level. Or die stupidly because they're AI controlled. It actually can result in some of the most overpowered runs possible. So it's not the worst, but the runs are so overpowered that I actually am not really a huge fan of using it. It makes the game a little bit too easy. But at the same time, hey, it's just a random event. Nothing I can do. Of course, it has to be the character with the wacky big arms. Well, of course, I want other characters with big arms, but now they got a chance of getting also Blood Frenzy. Fun stuff. We'll see how this goes. As it is, I happen to have a very good build, at least for getting money. This flip a coin combined with Swift Looter means that I can just get coins continuously in the level. And I guess Electra's not going to be able to kill anything, though, because of that. Because otherwise they'll kill everybody. And that's bad. Parts of the map. More like 90% of every one of the maps. Anyway, the Boneyard. One could call this a pet cemetery. It's spelled correctly this time. Oh. Angel statue from Binding of Isaac. Yep. Okay, let's take a look at the particular build that I'm working with today. Is it all tall cats? It's all tall cats. Only the tallest cats allowed into my group. Also did manage to get another one of the items that just every round gives you +1 stat. Jeez. It's pretty great. It causes your body to become larger. So on longer fights with this item, also gets pretty weird. Well, they all get pretty weird. That's just kind of how it is. Other than that, it's a lot of different stuff. Probably most notably brought the shotguns out that I've been collecting because I think that's going to be useful for the boss in particular. Also managed to find a radar dish. This is one of my favorite items. Inflicts marked on character on, well, the hunter's turn in particular, but anybody who has the item. In physical damage, 100% crit chance, ignores shields, can't miss. Great for bosses when you have a pretty, minimal amount of characters that you're going to be fighting at a time anyway. And that is, of course, kind of the expectation for this, because I know the boss is sort of a thing. Not really too much else to say. Frying pan's fun. Block and counter backstabs. And then I also got hard head, block attacks from the front. Can only get Callum from the sides. Then there's also broken windows, which will become a little bit more relevant later. Let's get into it. Delightful big purple area full of tons and tons and tons of undead. No surprise. That does mean that Bill Cipher, I've never watched Gravity Falls. I know that's a reference to Gravity Falls. I haven't watched it. Anyway. Do that. Get out here. And clerics. Clerics can deal damage by healing undead creatures, Final Fantasy style. So that's fun, right? Overall, there's just a lot of very obnoxious enemies in this area in the same way that the cave has. Although you're not going to be getting locked down because you relied a little bit too much on your main attack for everything, which is very nice. Oh yeah, Benediction here. This is a good one. As you can see, I'm dealing damage to stuff instead. And things like the Wisp are... Their dodge one attack per turn suddenly doesn't work nearly as well. Alright. For the most part, I want to say, I think Graveyard is easier until you get to the boss. It doesn't have stuff like bats to worry about, or things like... Yes, the zombies have a little butt on them. That's silly. Well, I think another interesting thing is that a lot of characters in the Boneyard tend to have a good amount of armor, but very minimal health, like skeletons that you'll see a little bit later on. That's their whole thing, pretty much. All right, let's get rid of you. Move back. Arrowsmith, pretty handy for being able to get rid of... For being able to do multiple attacks on creatures, which... I'm going to do that and get rid of the Wisp. I don't want to deal with this thing. Oh, okay. And it's funny, the DPS is not extremely high on this group, which means I do kind of run into the issue of just not really killing things as quick as I'm used to. These Shamblers, for example, I feel like usually I take out on the first turn most of the time when I'm working with a decently powerful fighter or something. Get rid of you. Rogues. Not going to worry too much about. But they are the one that's marked on this turn, so may as well. They turn into a completely different creature on the next turn. Robes and tatters. That's fun. Annoying, but fun. Yeah, that's kind of why I ended up taking Benediction, since I know that would double as a powerful type of damage dealer, too. Even if it's a minimal amount of damage, all things considered. I grab that money. I can still use money after all. I got this counterfeit coin. Flip to gain 5 coins or lose 5 coins. Take it. It is a 50-50 shot, and I feel like I'm not really benefiting from it as much as I want to. I want to say it should be based at least a little bit on your luck, but I don't know. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get me the cash. Tall Cat's team is doing good. Ooh, inflict marked 5 on a unit. I already kind of have marked going on. Oh, scatter shot's also pretty powerful too. Huge area, enemies that take up multiple spaces, you know, like those Shamblers have more of a chance to get hit and get hit multiple times. It's good stuff. Grab that thing. What? I feel like I almost never fail that one in particular. Werewolves. Except they're not, they're were-cats. The were part would make you assume that they're human cats, but they're not. I guess they're just double cats. Now they can attack twice per turn. That's the entire thing. Zombies, on the other hand, eat corpses to become stronger. Weakened when hit, but strengthened when eating a corpse. And they'll prioritize eating corpses over anything else, which is great when you let's say just have a particularly weak party member who tends to get downed a lot. And now suddenly every single zombie is going to be running right towards them the second that they do get downed to destroy the corpse instantaneously. Gotta be a little bit careful, but honestly, you don't have to be that careful. There you go, multiple hits, multiple stat losses. Also benediction. We'll be able to get rid of them too. Though unfortunately, the werecats are not considered to be undead. Funny thing is that the poisoned food they spawn after getting hit, if you hit it with a holy spell, becomes purified food. Is that really a strategy you want to employ? No, but it is a fun little interaction. Just goes to show you why the cleric is particularly good in this location. No surprise. Yeah, take them out. And of course, zombies will also eat zombie corpses with absolutely no issue. So that's another fun thing too. Get out. And it did no damage. Well, I mean, it did damage. It's just the health was lowered at the same time too, so it doesn't look like it did damage. Yeah, just try to hit me. That's what that frying pan does. I like the frying pan as an item, but it's sometimes a little bit difficult to try and force it to work. Force enemies to hit your back.
Meow.
All right. Here, let's just do it again. Or not Fury Horn. Benediction, just get rid of you. And like I said, now I can go and get all the purified food that I want. Not that it really matters too much. Yeah, Benediction is one of those items that I normally wouldn't take unless I'm going into this area in particular. Delicious cleansed zombie food. I love it. Already got Fade working for me. Here, what do you got? Why do you even bother? Right. Get you in good position and done. Werecats. Just kind of powerful attackers. No real wacky gimmicks associated with them. What do you got? Swap stuff? Sure. I think that can actually be useful. I think that the thing with the Boneyard more than anything else, that a treasure chest is a coffin you open up. Yes, you are just grave robbing on this one. Good stuff. Trying to just run away. Good enough. I plan for the boss. Plan for the boss more than anything else. Mini boss is Mama Maggot. Oh, this is also one of the few bosses that I think it's important to note. The ads do not run away after fighting them. No. I'm gonna keep flipping that coin, even though I know it's not gonna give me anything. Thank you. It is also kind of worthwhile to try and get rid of the ads if possible. I do not think that is going to be possible on this one, but, well, if you can, getting rid of the little tiny mags before they are mutated into super magnets. Magnets. Yes. Anyway, actually, I could do that to a certain extent. Even if that's only one. I do believe the Mom Maggot also has... yes, finally fighting Chubb in the series. No. Mom Maggot also does have a reactive sort of thing where not only they'll spawn stuff, but they'll also spawn things after getting hit too. Eh? This is why I'm not even bothering. Yeah. Is it just when they're getting hit from the back? I'm not entirely sure. I don't need to run away. These are not even... The two maggots, the charging one and the burfer one, are not even the ones I'm extremely worried about. It's the other type that are spawned in, which are very obnoxious to deal with. I'm too far away to actually hit him. Yeah, we can do that. It's not considered a physical attack. It's considered a magical one, but do what you can. There. get a good hit on the... Well, I'm still getting criticals. This boss thankfully does not have a ton of turns. Something like Fenrir just sheds the mark after the second after you take your turn because they have so many turns themselves. All right, a little bit of that, a little bit of you, a little bit of... That's about it. I don't know if I ever actually know... Hey, there you go. Back up to 69. Great. I don't know if I ever actually noticed that only reactively births maggots when... There you go. Excellent. And it's not even the bad kind of maggots that are being spawned. It's all good. When you hit them from the back.
Meow. Meow.
Much of anything else. This actually went a lot smoother than usual. I feel like usually I am dealing with a lot more maggots, including the digging one, which is just one of the most obnoxious things in the game. I'm sure I'll see it plenty of times past this point. And again 4? Oh, this is also fun too. But now let's get the Bodyguard Plus. I like that idea. And I am going to go hard route on this. Because it's going well enough. I mean, I sort of planned for it to do so. Skeletons being... one of... Skeletons and tattered rags or something are the big themed sets that you get in here. Or at least those are the ones that always stick out in my mind. What do you got? On any pickup tile... Costs less. Heat shield gives a random... It's not bad. Give me Benediction Plus. Like I said, hey, spam that thing a lot more, considering everything's undead in this area. Just makes sense. And by everything, of course, I mean these grave worms are not. They're just kind of evasive, and I think their attack is ranged, so... I should really just get rid of that counterfeit coin so I stop messing around with it. Look, I'm up now in money. I'll probably be able to get 99 coins by the end of this. If I don't lose it all by using that counterfeit coin. Ugh. I do like that the super zombie versions have little eye patches. So they don't have... so they keep the maggot that's in one of the eye sockets covered up a little bit. All right. Benediction, baby. Do it again. Do it a third time for fun. Really make sure these zombies are just not going to be doing much of anything. Fine, I'll walk on it. I'll take a little bit of poison damage. I just want to make sure this thing is as weak as possible. Funny thing is that these worms, the grave worms, don't even leave a corpse, so there's not too much. The zombie cats don't really provide too much of a threat. They're not going to be able to get rid of any debuffs that I throw on top of them. Okay, one more. Hey, there you go. Okay, up to 80. I think that's enough. I can call that good enough at this point in time. Of course, needless to say, really tanky zombie cats are also going to have the fun gimmick of just spreading garbage everywhere. Like, man, oh man. 1 hit point left because they've lost so much health. Yes, the poison food. Oh, hey, there was the guardian angel working for me. 30% of the time when they get attacked. Get a teleport away. Which I am not too disappointed in. I quite like. There, it's gone. Did I get some health back on some of the zombies? Sure, but whatever. I don't know, I got Benediction. I'm going to use it. I don't see what the issue is. And I always love that with the hunter. They get in the one small spot around you where you can't actually get hit. Oh yes, Lucy Lou. Not to be confused with that, Lucy Lou. Let me Scattershot. I think that's... Yeah, that can be good. Although, yeah, I think the upgraded Aerosmith also lets you use that on other people too. Lucy Lou got another mutation. +1 range for the eyebrow, and by eyebrow, it's just another eyeball. You know, like you do. Okay. Everybody being extremely tall. Oh, Chef's Apron. Everybody being extremely tall has made it so much easier to do stuff like go through any sort of area with water, or especially going up against Fenrir in the first area. +1 money, spawn a random food tile. It's a really easy way to get just a ton of extra health on a character. No, take off angelic protection? Well, they already have the cheese, right? I suppose that's not entirely necessary. And I don't really want to get rid of the radar dish. And then everybody else is going to be using the broken window for the boss. Because that's what it's going to take. Sure. I think this might be one of the special events, like the knife. That's fine, I guess. I mean, it's not great, but strength is not, you know, a hunter's main stat. Ugh. Okay, here's a good place to go throw in the magic of scatter shot, especially. I'm not even going to worry too much about... Well, I should probably hit him at least once. They have 51 health. I'm not going to take that all out with one scatter shot. Actually, I might.
Meow.
But probably not.
Meow.
Smash you back. And getting hit by more and more zombies over time. It's pretty great. I love it. Okay, good. There, and I don't have to worry about the zombies eating all the corpses when I start killing all these shamblers. Speaking of which, bam! And clear out all of the stuff, too. Oh, let's just keep doing that. Why not? Heals my allies, hurts my enemies. It's a lot of good stuff. That. Throwing everybody around everywhere is getting very annoying. There you go. See, now that's the sort of high-quality DPS a good hunter can put out. Of course, these enemies are enormous, so no surprise. Is that a very large stick? I do believe that's a very large stick. 100% critical chance. I'll do that. Give me stealth, too. I like stealth. I like the ability to not get hit by stuff. Biggest stick. +3 melee range, 11 uses. Good stuff. Not what I'm really planning on using here, but, I mean, it's something. Money bag, furniture, and then right into the balls. Yeah, I'll smash it open, I guess. Great. Oh, good. It's rotten meat. Oh, I'm actually going to equip that up. Why? Okay, let's talk about this boss.
Meow.
It is a boss. Well, I mean, I'll grab the furniture first, but... Alright, you saw it in the cutscene. You know what I'm going up against. It's Dybbuk. Dybbuk is Jewish folklore, a spirit that will possess the living. And, well, take a guess as to what Dybbuk's going to be doing here. Yes. Also, as you saw in the cutscene, avoids attacks. This means that Dybbuk, if targeted by a single attack, will use essentially a backflip to get out of there. This is extremely obnoxious. Like, ludicrously obnoxious. You need to figure out how to deal with an enemy that pretty much cannot be targeted by single tile attacks. So what does that mean? Multi-tile attacks, reactive hits like the bleed thorns that I have on my tank and cleric. Or if you can't do anything else, just try and completely surround them. You can only backflip in a way that goes around the 4 tiles, cardinal directions around them. So if you completely and totally surround them by cats or whatever other enemies, then suddenly you will be able to actually hit them. But otherwise, that. Oh, it's a tricky, weird sort of battle, certainly. And similarly, this barf shot that I got by using rotten meat, which seems like terrible. However, those 4 areas means that if I target Dybbuk when they're in the middle of it, can't escape from the shot. Can if I do it like that, though. Well, this is also why I have a shotgun. No, I don't want to also shoot my other character as well. But Benediction also works because that just hits everything, so can't really escape from there. Shotgun hits in a wide range. Scattershot hits in a wide range. Bleed Thorns will be able to mean that anytime Dybbuk hits me, they'll just be dealing damage to themselves as well. Observe. Well, actually missed there. There you go. And now bleeding quite a bit. So that's kind of the strategy when you are going up against this character. If you don't plan for it, it's rough. I want a scatter shot here. Nah, didn't even get him. And then, of course, if I try anything else, it doesn't even matter. The tower defense passive that I got is working, though. Apparently can't defend against that. No. Get right up in Dybbuk's face and shoot him with a shotgun. I gotta get in a better location. It's not spreading out as much as I want it to here. Also, fun thing, ghosts, for whatever reason, also take away all of your... There you go. Ghosts also take away all of your... Can I throw you? I'm actually gonna allow that. The answer, yes. And bodyguard, similarly, because I have the bleed thorns, is going to be good. So you can see like the shtick that I'm working with. I guess if you grab him, that actually functions pretty well. Good. Similarly, nail throw as long as you don't jump backwards. And jump backwards. Well, I tried.
Meow.
Yeah, it's an interesting boss. Really makes you kind of think about how you're doing stuff, because you can't just take out, a fighter that hits really hard. They'll just dodge out of the way every time. Oh, another strategy, I suppose, now that out here summoning wisps, you can also just light them on fire. Which, between that and Spinneret, you might be asking, is it just very good idea to light everything on fire all the time? And the answer is no. Just really for the very early game. Your stupid shotguns. It's like I took out the shotgun specifically so I would have huge area, and here it is, not working. Still, needless to say, I am... Oh, here comes the possession. You can tell because it's got like the little Dybbuk's eyes on him too. Okay, so down the cat to exercise them. All right, this is where things get fun. Remember, this character only takes damage from the side, so I kind of gotta watch out for that. And being AI controlled, they're just gonna use every single attack possible. It's pretty great. Thankfully, though, loses the entire... Right. Why did I even think that was gonna work? Loses the dodging ability. So that's at least something. Shotgun. Right! Again! Can't be hit from the front. Has to be hit from the sides. I gotta remember that. Sort of an important part of how this entire thing is gonna go. I didn't really know exactly who was gonna be taking Dybbuk down, but, well, it seems pretty obvious at this point. Why is it... You got to... Okay, let's get in a position where I am hitting you from the side. This unfortunately does mean that you are more or less forced to have one character get an injury. And thankfully, I didn't accidentally obliterate the corpse there, too, by doing too much damage. All right. That'll do. That'll do. And then you need to also do, like, one extra hit point of damage, but Dybbuk, of course, still has the fun gimmick of dodging around everywhere. Real annoying fight. You have to plan for it, but you can get through it pretty easily if you know what if you have, like, a plan for it. I love Wiggly. It's a collarless skill, but 25% dodge chance and then upgraded to get a critical chance too. Very good. All right, taken out pretty well, and now tanks can learn Bouncer, Thrill of the Hunch, Evil Patron, and First Strike. I believe those are all passives, unlike active skills that you get for fighting Spinneret. Oh, well. Thick earthy flesh and throbbing arteries protrude from the ground. Fun stuff. I'm not... that would probably be a good way to get another mutation, but we're not going to worry about that here. The thick chosen are going to start going back home. Ugh. Ah, another cutscene. Now, adventure to the desert. Funny enough, though, the desert is not actually considered to be part of the areas that I've already been to. That's considered to be the beginning of Act 2, which was probably already spoiled because I am going to name this video something like Act 1. But whatever. It's like, and that boss there, yeah, go and get a Zodiac Killer reference, why not? But deal with that next time. There's still plenty more things to do in the remainder of Act 1. And then new class introduced for beating the graveyard for the first time. Necromancer. Another tanky unit. A bit low damage. However, allows you to get a bunch of skills related to being downed. Oh boy, Guillotina is coming for me, aka Snorlax. Yep, as soon as you finish up each one of the areas, now we've got base defense. So I've got to defend my base from some sort of big boss. Butch will tell me a little bit more about that. Well, I saw the cutscene, yes. Yeah. And Jack has a little bit of information on the desert. Not going to be going there today, but, you know. It's going to be more relevant for when I start up Act 2. Wacky gimmicks associated with that one. But get to that later. And hey, Dr. Beanies has now opened up shop. Alright, what do you gotta say? Of course, how could I forget? Yes, and I've been doing a pretty good job, you noticed? A lot of large-legged cats. Very tall. Need some more science. So, Dr. Beanies, like everybody, is going to want cats of some variety, and specifically, it's any sort of cats that have mutations or like other conditions of that sort. And you get side quests. Side quests are the best way to get money in the game, so I am going to plan to do at least a few of those. We'll see how well they end up going. Side quest time. What do we got? I think the first one is always very consistent, but usually it's a random out of a pool of a bunch of different ones you can end up getting. Now I have quest items in my inventory, and you can see the precision device. All of the side quests are pretty simple. You have an item that you need to use, and the item usually comes with some sort of benefit. Permanently charm a non-boss enemy. Very powerful. And some sort of drawback. -2 speed, which is minimal on this item. It can get pretty rough on future side quest items. This one, I guess, is just given to you as something that's a little bit easy to begin with. I took the persuasion device out for a spin, and to be honest, despite using it quite a few times, I got like a werecat and a couple of tom-toms who have been hanging around here since the beginning of the game. It hasn't really made too much of a difference. Mostly, even just the Dybbuk fight is just, hey, AoE spells from Canal. So, yeah, as well as stuff like Benediction again. I want to see if I might be able to bypass just straight up the entire stupid... Oh, never mind. I tried. Too many things spawning in. That's kind of the problem. Every time that the Necromancer, which I also took out right now, and unfortunately got possessed, so I can't even show you what the current build I'm using is, was able to heal, they spawn another one of these leeches, which also heals them. Now, you can be quite powerful. It's an ability called Reap, specifically, that I was sort of worried might have been, I don't know, instant death. I was kind of hoping to use that on Dybbuk, but, well, what are you gonna do, right? Wolf is getting a little bit excited. Well, here. You know what I got? Bam, bam. Go over here, destroy this, and now here's 38 damage for Holy Weapon. Ow. But that takes care of him pretty easy. One more Benediction should do that. Should get rid of him instantaneously. Oh, we're not spawning too many more ghosts at the same time, too. So, yeah, despite having the whole... Oh, here, I can just do this. Upgraded form. Upgraded form also spawns 3 sparkles, but which did... Oh, whatever. I also got this blackjack. I love having the blackjack on a thief. Let's do stuff like this. There you go. Oh, with a chance to stun, too. Just a lot of little bit of extra damage at pretty much all points in time. So yeah, side quest, but ultimately not too much. Didn't really affect the run too much. Damage deal is always critical. Yeah, this is the one that I unlocked bringing a thief in previously, so that's something. That's kind of cool, right? And give me Swift Looter Plus. I don't know how much that's going to come up in the Tina fight, but these are kind of the characters that I am planning to bring in here. They're pretty powerful. Oh, okay. I didn't probably have the chance to actually get a benefit from biting the artery this time. Hey! Got both broken paws cured and a broken leg. Going back to Beanies, complete the quest, and get my prize. Yes, and the entire thing is that you get a good version of whatever the item you were using is, and also 200 coins. So just keep doing all of these side quests, and you'll be rolling in the money in no time. Specifically, where is this thing? Yeah, Persuasion Device. It's more or less the same thing, because it was already pretty good. There were very few downsides. Tina is coming tomorrow, so let's end the day. See what we got. Taking a look at everything, got some extreme survivability. Natural healer plus Benediction means a lot of healing and a lot of potential damage with Holy Weapon, depending on how much healing I can end up doing. Bullseye combined with Heavy Shot, a pretty fantastic 2 skills. Peggy out here with Blood Geyser, Offload Pain, Parasitic, heals not only from the regular attack, but also from the leeches that are going to be summoned, and Momi, who, with this Callus, it has been powered up, plus 38 armor. And on top of that, too, also got stuff like Sniper and, just a little bit of extra healing, too, for when that could possibly come up. When I was actually using Momi out in the run, I also got this Meteor. It gives you, you can equip it to get an extra passive, just taking up one of your weapon slots. At full HP, you have 100% critical chance. And it's very easy to have full HP when you have 38 armor at the start of each fight. But I don't want to use that yet. This is valuable. That is not only, you never know what these meteor things that you can get during various events can get you. And combine that with the fact that, well, Unscarred is one of the better ones that you can get. It's like, I don't want to use that on just a single battle. And in fact, Radar Dish will effectively do the same thing, against the boss, so I can do that. And then, what else? I don't even know if I want to equip up too much stuff because there's some valuable items here. I don't know if and I have some very powerful characters. I don't know if I'm going to need any of this. Yeah, let's throw on the Radar Dish. I do quite like that item after all, and get to it. Guillotine, you can see the house looking great, and I guess this is my backyard. All right, Snorlax, what do you got? Lusts with a never-ending hunger, 400 health. Of course, it's very much planned out that you have very good cats for this sort of stuff, so... Right now, though, not particularly impressive, and like I said, this is, you know, a very first home defense that you're going to be doing. I do like that for whatever reason they also have money and holy relics out in the front lawn. Why not? Okay. Benediction, like I said, is going to be kind of a big thing. So I'd like do that. And well, only 8 damage, but that's going to get a lot more in the future, I'm thinking, considering how powerful the heals can get. So, give myself a little bit of damage so that I can actually start healing up health. And then, yeah, like I said, spawn as many leeches as possible, which would be pretty easy. Maybe we should have put on head cheese. That would have been another way to get a little bit more critical even inside. So, this game has a number of different Vor-based mechanics, yes. Called by name eventually. And things like, yes, flailing and dealing enough damage will get you out of Guillotina's stomach, or you will be digested, and that's an instant death for your character. So, you'll kind of keep that in mind. Vor-core gameplay, great. This is what I wanted. I mean, it's what I got. All right. Even a pretty minimal amount of damage right now. That combined with tower defense doing pretty good. Can even yank you right back and hit in the back. Yeah, you can see a lot of extra health taken, given, all that sort of stuff. Great stuff. I also had, when I was using Peggy out in the field, soy milk, which you get 3 different usages of your main attack, although it only reduces it to 1 damage. That's a lot of extra healing, too, considering how the leeches work. I don't want a blood, guys. I don't want a brimstone just yet. As it is for the most part, just want to keep dealing as much damage as possible. Like I said, you deal enough damage, immediately spits them out. Enraged form. All right. My leeches. That's fine, though. Still very much doing just fine as far as stuff goes. Do not have a whole lot of charisma, do you? Unfortunately. Still. Making me lose my aim bonus as well. Benediction, baby. The more I heal, the more damage I can do. Especially if I do a critical, too. Good. Not gonna worry too much as far as using the blood geyser yet. And even though there is trample and of course Vor, I don't really have to. Tina's not doing enough damage to really make me want to stay away from her. Hitting the belly to be able to deal extra damage. That's fun. Come on, get out of there. There you go. Really losing the armor, but considering that the armor was kind of intended to be lost. Yeah. Anything? Oh, I can replace right now. Whoop. Get a little bit more extra damage in there. Don't use this because that will kill me. All right. Yeah, maybe equip a few more items, but honestly, I think that this one is going just fine. I really did make sure to bring out the extremely powerful characters for this one. And marked alone, I think, even though I'm only getting it on a single character's turn, is definitely more than enough to take him down. And head comes right off. As you do. Easy. Nice, simple sort of fight. I like that. But of course, I also knew that huge. I had huge defense, huge offense. Yeah, big old chunk of gristle. Gee, I wonder if that has something to do with that cube-shaped indentation in a pile of flesh down in the caves. But of course, it is not that simple. Much like the side quests, there is benefits and problems when it comes to taking the throbbing gristle around. All units die when they get downed. But it is also a melee attack. Turns things it kills into meat. So, you know, a little positive, a little negative. It's a sort of infinite use, decent damage melee item. But yeah, all units die when they get down. You gotta make sure you got a party good enough that will not ever get downed, right? I also do have another stopwatch. Take it to the caves. 5 seconds to make decisions, otherwise cats will act randomly. It's not that bad. It usually doesn't take me too long to figure out what I want to do on a turn anyway. Andre happened to inherit Blood Frenzy. Oh boy, oh boy. You know what? Let's just show you exactly how powerful this thing is. Oh, a little bit of Necronomicon. Walk over here. Bam. And get an extra turn. Yeah, just keep doing it. I would speed this up even more, but apparently on 30 frames a second, it has like some problems when it comes to speed. So yeah, I'm just gonna go walk in here and Yep. And that's Blood Frenzy, baby! Don't even need to play the game. I am literally just breeding cats to play the game for me. Funny thing is, with a run like this, you just have non-stop bad events. Usually culminating in getting some sort of a cursed item of like a parasite, something like that. This is what I'm talking about characters getting... If only the... This character was a little bit smarter in how stuff worked, but, well, yeah, I'm gonna have the first full party wipe because I got a little bit too, yeah, what I'm talking about. It's just, yes, instead of actually doing something useful, what we're going to do is we're just going to keep continuously... There, can I do that at least? Nope. Keep continuously just casting buffs that it's not even gonna use. Ah, a shame. But hey, that's the first full party wipe introducing a new NPC. I really thought that it would at least be smart enough to try to do backstabs. Yeah, no problem. Well, it was just the one, but it was also a cat that I was gonna get rid of anyway, so I thought I'd show, hey, you can make a pretty overpowered run if you account for the fact that the AI is pretty stupid. And also get some way to spawn a bunch of new enemies so you keep getting turns. Anyway, some undead person that just steals my cats and my name too. Good stuff. This is where you get at least some benefit for failing a run. Which is fine. It's not that much, but, you know, it's something at least. You joined me on the last fight of the Throbbing Gristle quest, which I could have shown more of, but let's be honest, it's really just a regular run, but make extra sure that none of your units get downed. Which did happen regardless. That's why I have Arby, a collarless cat, in the group. And Necromancer got lost all the way back in the first area due to just a kind of difficult boss fight. I don't know why. But you can see, although it doesn't really have too impressive of skills, if I can get this passed on to a future cat, stuff like Wiggly and Ponder are pretty decent. Still, though, they are a character that is pretty tanky, all things considered, nearly 9 constitution, so if nothing else, it's a little bit of extra damage, right? Alright, let's get in here. The other thing is that I have a firestorm currently going on, so no webbing works, which is interesting. Also, fire. Oh, I should probably turn down the combat speed. I guess they fixed that. They must have fixed that in an update or something, that because previously I was having... It was working real weird when I tried to up the speed, so yeah, I don't know. And explode. And that's pretty much the entire thing, and frankly in this fight it would have been happening anyway due to the way that like infestation works, but you know, Man, the fire. You get a very good idea of exactly how good fire is for this fight. Not that I wouldn't have been able to do that anyway with toast as a natural ability on banana bread. These cat names. Anyway, I also do have number 1, spawn water tiles. So hey, if nothing else, the ability to get a little bit of water to make sure that I'm not taking too much fire damage is handy, right? I'd like to think so. Well, anyway, I don't even know if I want to do that. Hopefully Spinnerat's not going to be able to put the fire out then. Yeah, apparently everything being on fire, it's too hot for webbing to exist. I guess. Whatever. Anyway. Anything of interest? Yeah, angelic protection, or whatever that thing's called. Yeah, no, that's what it's called. Still working pretty well. Combine that with Fade. It's just a lot of survivability, honestly. Kind of the entire bit that I was going for. No, I don't want to electrify everybody. Although Pippin is immune to electricity, nobody else is. A little bit of a problem there. Get out of here. Now, come on. Don't make me use my throbbing gristle. Fine. A little bit of that. I would really like to use Berserk, but I have nothing to get rid of that bruise, and that's a lot of extra damage. Still, though, I have so many things to counter Spinneret in this fight, it might not be too bad. I should keep it safe. Taking a ton of extra damage is just, in general, a bad idea, even in the best of times. Oh, yeah. Well, at the same time, it kind of depends. Maybe as I'm getting a little bit farther into the fight, that can be something to consider. Right now, though, no. Metabolize up to 52, looking good. Also got more cheese, which, you know, handy by itself. Of course, the bolt's not even going to reach. I don't really like it. Oh, jeez. That was a bit more damage than I thought it was going to be. Whatever, it's fine. The main thing is that I'm going to want Raiden to survive, because they're going to be the one that... Well, they're the one that has the... Hey, get over here. Oh, it's not nearly as far as I thought it was going to go. Yeah, whatever. You know what? I'm not even going to bother. Spawn in another cat, whatever. They're very... they don't do too much when you have this amount of fire just naturally around here, and I guess naturally destroying their... I don't know how it works that it just destroys the webs immediately. I guess I'm not going to complain. Bam. Get you down here, and then I'm just going to think about it for a little bit. That's a big spider. Huh. You know, just think build. We got both ponder and study, which both pretty decent skills. Gets you a lot, and I mean a lot of casts every single turn. So that's something. Okay, I'm actually at a point where I am not getting hit by a bunch of stuff. Good. Pretty nice. You can also see on Pippin, the body is getting like a giant peanut. But that's neither here nor there. That's just a result of eating a lot of cheese. I would know. As a person that lives in Wisconsin and eats a lot of cheese. All right, bam, bam, bam. I should not be getting... Have I not taken any damage from... No, I have taken damage from Spinneret. Why am I not getting critical hits? I'm owed a few critical hits, if you don't mind. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Again, I am very confident in my ability to deal with this boss. Goes without saying. Movement skill. Regular collarless movement skill, but, you know, I'm not going to argue. If only I got one of the skills that, say, increases the amount. Like, +1... what's the stat? Strength on every turn. That would be some decent scaling. Would actually be doing pretty good damage. But 'tis not to be. And I pressed the wrong button. It was supposed to be move. I don't know why I go back and forth between using the macros to do stuff and then actually clicking on it. But I do. So, yeah. Get down here. We're about to finish up this fight. Yeah, no problem at all. And explode. Is there another... Oh, there is one singular extra spiderling in here. I think I'll be fine. Bam. And let's cram that cube of meat in there. The phrases you say when playing this game. Switch servant. Actually get a little bit of alpha synergy. That's kind of interesting. Sure. I mean, I guess I'm not going to do much with it, but considering this is the end of the run, but still. Hyper beam. Get some more of those Pokemon references, right? That one I do believe, as you would expect, also does require an entire turn to load up, so not great. Still got the veins because, of course. Did you see the rip? Well, it's only too appropriate for the coffin character. Well, anyway, did you? Well, when I get back to the house, I'll look at the progress that I've made so far, and you'll see that
Meow.
decaying cats named after the necromancer who didn't even survive this one. Oh boy. Well, anyway, get all that back. I don't even know what I want to keep. Well, I guess not angelic protection or head cheese. Neverstone. This is always given to you when you lose a cat during a run. I mean, it's so that you don't level up the collarless cat if you don't want to. But honestly, the collarless cats can do stuff. Arby was doing just fine in there. Soul Link causes characters inflicted by that all lose health at once. I like Headspring. That's fun. Okay, that's enough of that. Anyway, I was saying, you can see there's clearly space for 2 more. So there is a little bit more that I have to do insofar as the Wall of Flesh side quest goes.
Meow.
Not the Aristocat. Wow, I didn't even know that I had a cat called Aristocat. Anyway, doing all the vile things in there and then just saying their name. Hey, Aristocat, you're going over to our new NPC so I can get an upgrade. Hey, it's me. You took my name. So, yeah, there's not really too much to say. You just get more stuff after you lose a run now, which is good, I guess? I don't know. I'm not planning to lose any runs, if I can help it. No, I expected this. All right, a boss so nice, I'm going to fight it twice. 7 days. You got to wait like a total of 21 days to be able to get all the quest items. Oy. I cannot believe they actually just said vor fetish. I mean, I'll point out on-screen vor when I see it in games, but I think this is the first time that somebody has actually just said it. Anyway, yeah. So the Binding of Isaac style, we get the undead boss after doing the regular boss. You know what? Now I've got a couple quest items at this point. Maybe I should attempt at least one run while I'm waiting for Guillotine to come back. But what to do? What to do? Well, I do think Cleric is going to be pretty useful for just about anything that I end up doing. I think the one I want to try out is something that I'm going to want a lot of ranged characters for. Let's just say that right now. Yeah, you should be good. And then Bernie, do I want to do Mage?
Meow.
Yeah, let's see what you got. Punch Face, I do quite like as an ability, but I don't know how well it's going to work when you're working with range stuff. Bernie's probably going to be able to work it. Pampuch, yeah, maybe not. So what I got here is the Party Detonator. All units explode when they die, very similar to what I was just doing, really. And then You can also explode a random other unit, which, well, random unit says one of your own characters. It feels like it's going to happen more often than you'd like. In the meantime, though, I might start taking out some of the big guns. I'm talking like large meteor, energy drink, the cheese again. I keep getting a lot of this cheese. Maybe make that work. Yeah, for example, both these characters could use the energy drink very effectively. I don't know. Maybe I'll give it to you.
Meow.
I'm considering, like, yeah, unscarred I do quite like. Give you the critical.
Meow.
And you're going to be like the big tanky character, so you get the cheese, right? Infinite rebirth, teleport into a body. The problem with this is that using the party detonator means that everybody's going to explode when they die. And when they say it, by the way, when they say explode, they mean spectacularly. So that's a notable sort of thing, yes. Penny pinching doctors. Interesting for sort of a intentionally extremely powerful team. Where am I bringing this, by the way? To the boneyard. Oh no. Oh no. Somebody's going to get exploded. No, that's not, well, yeah, it is. Probably gonna be you, Mick. Oh, what an extremely rough sort of a thing. Well, I'm going to have one character be purposely killed. That's awful. And that is what they mean by everything explodes. It's fun. But also, of course, bad. Teleport into bodies. I'm not going to get any bodies for this entire thing. Ay. Okay, there you go. Fun combo times when things just keep continuously bouncing off of each other. I'm not going to complain. Are you kidding me? Like, actually, during this run... Do I have to just abandon this one, then? I think I might need to. That is so... absolutely atrocious that, especially considering that Bernie is one of my major damage dealers, I can't really have them have Blood Frenzy. Yes, one more run completely ruined by just randomly getting Blood Frenzy. And that was going pretty good too. I even had a plan for dealing with the boss, but what are you gonna do? So for the actual key item itself, now it is considered worn. So I do have one more shot at it, at least. Still, though, back for another shot at the party detonator. Not nearly as nice of a run this time, but on the upside, I don't have Blood Frenzy. So, yeah. Actually, let's take off this. So the plan here is still to sacrifice the Necromancer, Mr. Moo. Yeah. And unfortunately, I can't kind of force that in the same way by downing myself, but hey, I'll at least be able to deal a good amount of damage with old Mega Blast Plus. If I really need to sacrifice Spoxy, I will, but that's hopefully not going to be the thing. I mean, it's the splintered crown and everything is what I'm planning to at least do the finishing blow, quote unquote, with. We'll see. Come on. Worst comes to worst, though. The only thing that the main character that I do not want to get possessed is, of course, Fletcher, because they're the one that has the item. Charge Up should make it so that I can cast Mega Blast a bunch of times. At least that's the hope. We'll see how that actually ends up going right now. Okay, what are we doing? I mean, I also have like Pestilence and stuff like that too, but yeah, no. Get you out here so that you can just keep continuously attacking me. Really shouldn't even bother with much of anything else. And if things start going extremely poorly... Can I... No? Really? Fine. We'll Crusade once so that I can get the alpha status onto you. There's a number of different strategies that I got. I can also crusade to go around them. Maximus has a bunch of trap-related things between the trap's passive as well as spike trap and all that sort of thing. Something is going to work is kind of what I'm trying to get at here. What is that going to be? We'll see. Oh, my skull cap. That thing that I put on only for the sake of... Am I going to hit... Yeah. And similarly, if I try to do Thunderburst, same thing. Let's just hit Absorb and not worry too much about it then. In that case. The explosions also, just by themselves, should end up doing a lot of damage to the boss eventually. I don't know why Maximus is the only one apparently getting hit, though. Why are they the one that... Well, here, you know what? If you just keep following me around, do that. Yeah? Yeah! How about that? There you go. That's how you deal with Dybbuk. Just try and figure out the thing that's going to... Yeah, good. Exploding 2 for good measure. Can I even hit you with the thing? Just a little bit out of range. Okay. No, of course, everybody else. I'll just hit him with the pestilence. Yes, they're going to try and kill my hunter here immediately. I can do stuff about that. Hit me, you fool! They're the ones with thorns. And now kinetic spikes as well, no less. Good. Sure, take one more out of the old... And you know what? This, that. Get wrecked, you idiot. All right. Try not to do too much more, of course, because I don't want to have the hunter possessed. I mean, it's just, you know, who gets possessed is just super dumb. There's only so many things that I can do related to that, right? 15. Slowly but surely getting there. Everybody except for the one... Well, here, you know what? How about that, then? You're going to force yourself in a position where it's just going to keep getting hit by the same person over and over. And then we're going to take you to the back. How many times can I cast this? And then just, like, do... Oh, not, well, come on. And there's the one place, of course. Unless, no, they really made absolutely sure that I wasn't going to be able to get that working. Just the continuous hitting. Okay. 11 damage. I'm going to not focus now. Again, we're going to go send out Mr. Moo as the character who is going to be sacrificed. In fact, couldn't I just, with 5 damage left, yeah. There you go. That's what I'm doing. That was the plan here, after all. Jeez. Oh, my God. An absolutely obnoxious extra. And thankfully they lose all the buffs here too, it seems. Well, that is sort of what I was planning. Did not lose all of the... Did not lose a lot of other stuff though. Alright, here we go. Into Mega Blast, into Mega Blast. Cat's gonna explode, but, well, that's just the price of doing business, baby. Including the kitten, of course. Yes, that was the ability that the character had, and not really too much I can do related to that, but I mean, hey. That's just, again, the price of doing business. Now, no matter what happens, you will die. There you go. Get wrecked, idiot. I win. And Mr. Moo's memory is kept by this demon kitten who is also going to run away immediately. Oh well. It's a shame that you got to sacrifice a character there, but hey, at least I got that done. Crusade Plus is really good. I love that one. Move towards and also get buffs. So far, the only two really unsuccessful runs were caused one way or another by Blood Frenzy, I tell ya. Hey, them kitty bones. Good. Not worth messing around. I don't want to get a bad mutation or something. Like where your mouth goes missing. Yeah, I got my doubts. All right. In the meantime, though, got 200. Here, I'll grab out all the stuff later. I'm gonna get $200 and also a new funny item. Take a guess as to what it is supposed to be. Yes, the gray cat is named Stacy, by the way. Well, all the gray cats are named Stacy. There's many of them. Fair enough. That one's like not the easiest sort of thing. Good. Well, okay, you have fun with that then. Hey, Vital Detonator fixed. Now that's a pretty high quality item. Just instantly kill an enemy, or what does it deal? 25 damage to a boss? It's good stuff. Wrapping up another one of the side quests. This one in particular is utilizing the stopwatch. You only got 5 seconds to make a decision, of which, I'm going to be honest, I don't really take more than 5 seconds to decide what I want to do most of the time, so it's not really a big deal. I mean, it does mean I need to, go a little bit quickly when doing stuff, but I feel like not too different from a normal run, ultimately. Especially because my hunter, having the ability of Scattershot, is pretty good. There. Although I do want to be a little bit careful because I don't want to accidentally, hit any one of my other characters doing that. Not that it really matters too much. Everybody's pretty tanky in this run, ultimately. Oh, run up here. Bam. Yeah. Should be hitting that first. But still. Easy as that. I feel like this is definitely one of the more simple side quests to end up doing. Not as much as like the initial one that you get, but pretty easy regardless. Alright. Yeah, maybe the most interesting thing about it is that I found out that side quest items apparently cannot actually be replaced by... cannot be replaced by cursed items due to events. So Stopwatch did not turn into Botfly. Now, if only that could have happened for Blood Frenzy, too. Yeah. Look frazzled. No, that's usually how I play the game. It's totally fine. Anyway, here's your dumb watch back. Give me money and also a more powerful... time stutter. More powerful item, too. Specifically, you or target takes an AI-controlled bonus turn. That can be very good. Oh, and I got the next... oh, yes, of course, right as I'm starting to throw stuff out, I'm getting the next item box upgrade. Oh, good! I'm glad that I've been providing you the cats to be able to do this. Hey, Butch, you're not supposed to spoil the next few areas. Anyway, yeah, crater left by the meteor. You might have thought that the one cat that was doing the shooting at the cutscene that opened up the desert was supposed to have come from the meteor. No, that was just a coincidence. I was just explaining one of the other areas that I'm going to be going into soon enough. Undead Tina defense. I didn't really come into this with a plan. So let's just go and see how it does. did equip up the, what is it, bird head, crow head? Mm-hmm. Yeah, like crow head, so that I would be able to inflict the soul link on both these characters, try and do a bunch more damage, but yeah, we'll see. As it is, though, I'm actually largely just taking out the characters that I have just used for a bunch of side quests. So they might be a little bit specialized. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. But yeah, the idea that I would have to, you know, specifically go up against like Dybbuk or whatever, maybe not going to be as important right now. We'll see. Maybe. 2 different characters in this fight. Although, I don't know if you would necessarily consider the body to be a particularly threatening foe, given that 1, nearly like halfway down already, and 2, doesn't really seem to have nearly as many abilities. How about this then? Should even be able to move over. No, you know what? Let's just hit him. No, I should have actually. Okay, stop doing that already. I'll have you know that I only have so much ability to heal. I'm trying to work off of my passive right now, which is going to require me to not cast spells, but honestly should not make that a focus, really. And how about this then? Yeah, not going too bad so far. Oh no, not you. Come on. Back up. Maybe I can manage to get Scattershot in without hitting anybody. Actually, yes. That was quick. Yeah. Trust me, you're not going to be lasting too much longer. No? Yeah, I'll do that then. Honestly, I'm okay with having some of the hunters get hit compared to Katri, who's been really getting hit hard over here. Try to deal with that. Didn't even. Oh no, not. Oh, come on. Okay. 1, gonna actually like do some real healing, and 2, may as well just cleanse off all the debuffs that I got by using the 1 skill. Sure, I'm gonna lose out on Blessing of Spirit, but considering what a ridiculously huge amount of damage I'm doing, I think that's okay. Still need to be able to get over here though. Penis head, even when separated from body, surprisingly powerful. How about that? Isn't that weird? Yeah. Well, still did get a hit. But then couldn't get a hit with the main attack, so what are you gonna do? Yeah, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of backup so that I can actually hit you. Come on, Katri. If you can get back there, this is pretty much just gonna be over as it is. Come on, it's so close. Can't even get the regular hit, but that's fine. Yeah. All right. Enough of this nonsense. Yeah, you know what? I'll also just hit that too. I forgot that I do have quite a bit of intelligence at this point in time, don't I? Yeah. Well, that's just silly. Also, that was really risky. I didn't realize that Maximus was just sitting right there. It'll be fine. All right, come on. 350 health. That is so much. It's just a head. Seriously. Here, get a couple more out. Would like to do heals, but, you know, tossing around stuff seems to be shockingly effective. Good stuff. 6 rounds. I feel like this should have been over. I got the body down so quickly. That was just silly. Okay. You into end this already. There you go. Okay. And naturally, got a new quest item. This one is a little bit more difficult to work with. Ugh, all my stuff. A little bit more difficult to work with. Not tremendously more. Throbbing artery, you never level up and die when downed. So yeah, you got a plan to not have a character level up. Now at this point in time, I do think that I probably have a couple cats that could deal with not leveling up at all. For example, you already got like Magic Missile, Learn From Me. Anybody else? Guess I've kind of already used a lot of the like really powerful cats. For example, yeah, the one that Bernie started with Punch Face, but then yeah. Another day, another side quest. This one, Glass Cannon. Fill the map with glass at the start of each battle, and also shoots glass. You know, it's pretty easy to deal with when you have a bunch of very tall cats, or this combo that gives me flying. Not so much when you have characters walking around on the ground. And of course, when you attack a tile that has glass on it, that does mean that they get bleed too. Annoying, but one of the less annoying ones. Although, this one did get me very early on, the Bean Parasite on old Bellhop. Oh, I wonder who's going to get possessed by Dybbuk on this one. Confusion 99. Ugh. Unmanageable. Anytime I try to do anything, it feels like he just punches himself in the back of the head.
Meow.
All right. So, do have a bunch of different, I brought a blackjack again. Triple nails is going to hit all over the place. Which I suppose I didn't even need to really necessarily do that, because I already did have, I already kind of locked in by the amount of frogs around here. Because there's frogs around here. I don't know, why not? All right, but really, I don't think this one will be too difficult. You can see, though, glass tiles just everywhere. Bellhop, just get out here. What if, what's even the plan? I fully expected him to just punch himself in the back of the head. Well, look, Bellhop's gonna be, yeah? Okay, well, we gotta hurry up on this one then. Okay, cool. I'm so glad that, just absolutely immediately. Yeah, it's going to be a way to get a lot of extra damage then, too. Wow, just immediately go right for making sure that one of my characters is going to die. Ah! I was hoping they would jump backwards. I don't know what exactly the... Frogs don't really last too long here. They only have one hit point. But anyway, I was saying, man, he just got doomed immediately. Amazing. Amazing luck there. But anyway, here, I think if I hit you, yeah, because of the whole, spread sorrow, that means now, hey, I have, extra sort of couple things that I can get on there. What am I thinking of? I was able to inflict them with a bunch of stuff. And also upgrade a form of Magic Missile just for that extra bit of... I cannot believe just immediately got doomed. That is honestly incredible. Just really... Really? Now you'll jump backwards. There you go. 2 turns left. Utterly ridiculous. That's the thing that really got me. It's just like, wow. Well, hopefully they're going to end up possessing Bellhop more than anything else because, I don't want to deal with anything else. There you go. 3 hit points left. Oh, yeah, and I can just do this because... And right in there. Okay. There's the plan. Oh, he's really pays to have some sort of strategy. Oh, cleared out the confusion on him, too. Oh, I didn't even know that was possible, considering just how much I had. Okay. Okay. Come on, I got one more. Oh, of course, just locked in there. Well, still have Magic Missile. Worst comes to worst, you always got magic missile. And done. All right, cool. Whatever. Again, this is the whole thing that I'm talking about, where it's like what you do is you have many different ways to deal damage. Okay, that 200 more bucks and a new item. Let's go see what that is. Fix the cannon, the fire button. Okay. Marked it fixed, so yeah, it's really just as simple as, hey, here's the cannon, but it has the word fixed on the side. All you do is just shoot a glass ball anywhere. I guess that's okay, but I mean, that just is, that's a pretty minimal sort of reward. Nah, it's the 200 bucks that I want. Side quests! Look, it takes a while for each one of the house things to happen, so I got a lot of time to do this. This time, experimental treatment. Is that a Binding of Isaac reference? Yes. In Binding of Isaac, that was all stats up and then shuffled. Kind of a risky take, but 1/3 of spun, and you know, hey, it is an all stats up, even if you might not know what it might be by the end of it. Here, you just get, well, brain damage, apparently. Can't use item actions, but +2 brace. It's interesting how these always have some sort of like upside and downside, and when you can choose from them, you can actually get some pretty good stuff. +2 brace, reduce all incoming damage by 2, just for the sake of, you know, I can't use the active on my dumbbell or weapon, of which I don't even have one. Stuff like fossilized, +2 brace, slide like a rock. Well, you know, Padme is not going to be getting hit in the first place. They're the hunter. So +2 brace, you know, the rare times that you do get hit, that's good. Fidgety, end your turn and automatically use your weapon on a random unit in range. And considering that I can already always get a stick, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that probably also works for, you know, stuff like once per battle sort of items like this brick. So that could be quite powerful depending on what you happen to have equipped. And then zoomies. Movement action is a dash attack. It's fine. That one's probably the roughest one to deal with of all of these. Although the idea of just like, oh yeah, baby, brain damage. Ooh, that's so good is yeah. Also got pinworm. That's not part of the thing. That's just because the game hates me. At least not blood frenzy, I guess. Okay, as you can probably guess, taking out a hunter. Hunter has a whole lot of stuff that should result in me being able to deal damage in an area. And as always, that's pretty powerful. Pretty good stuff. I mean, you know, the other thing with zoomies is that teleport to any tile helps out quite a bit when it comes to positioning, when instead of using my dash attack, I can also just automatically move myself somewhere. And has, of course, also 3 sparkles, too. Pretty handy when it comes to dealing automatic damage to characters, right? Okay, get rid of all this bruising. You can see everybody has at least 1 brace then. It's pretty great. Pretty handy stuff. Keep everybody topped off. Lumos, kind of low health. And I'm a little bit worried that they might be the one getting possessed. But I think I can make this work. I don't even know why I bothered with that. It's like, you know how this works. Wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. That was the wrong one. I wanted to hit the one where I did hit in a big area. Obviously. Good. I also kind of want to eventually, potentially end up using ostracized, causes enemies to attack each other, which is can be pretty handy. All right. Try to get you in a position where you're a little bit more defended. Is there any... Yes, actually. If I do... Well, first off, if I equip a stick, we can do that, and then I would be able to berserk a dash in here if I had any mana and then start hitting them. Well, of course, it doesn't really differentiate between friendly and unfriendly units, but whatever. Good, good. Should really be facing the back out to everyone. Well, the other thing that I can end up doing is if I hit him with the teach, I can hit him at least with one teach, and that'll make the Berserker Dash very cheap to do. Yeah, it still only hits in a single area. If it hit in a line, I would have still hit him, but whatever. I have no anything. That's pretty radical. I'm just gonna end the turn. Good, good. Should be able to pretty easily take care of. Yeah, it's not the easiest, but I'm whittling them down. So I'll move back here similarly. And yeah, as long as you're hitting in the middle of the 4 area, I guess I got the money. The funny thing is that the ability, whenever you hit enemies, they drop some sort of something on the ground, has actually led to me getting a lot of money in this run. I guess I've kind of discounted that as far as a handy way to get cash old. Yeah, whatever. Might not be able to hit him directly, but certainly will be able to deal damage regardless. What is up with Divik always prioritizing hitting my hunter? I do not understand. Here, hit him with that. Ah, it doesn't actually work. I was sort of thinking if it didn't deal damage, it might not have been hit by him, but, well, you know. Clearly didn't work in that way. All right, get that. Get over here and start at least killing some stuff, if nothing else. Hey, it's me. I was trying to get into... I'm on fire, but I was attempting to get into a position where I could actually attack you. No. Well, I at least got rid of one of them. Again, I really got to make sure that I have the cats face. By the way, you can just click regularly on any one of the spaces to position cats facing whatever way you want. Usually you want them not getting hit in the butt, but, well, clearly getting hit in the butt would actually be the ideal sort of circumstance now. And if Divik would stop dealing just an absolute ton of damage to my hunter for no particular reason, I would be able to, at the very least, you know... Can I get over here at all? What if I walk over here? Why is this so difficult? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Taking a ton of fire damage too is certainly helping as well. Just an absolutely ungodly amount of damage for no particular reason dealt to my hunter. You wrecked, idiot. I kind of don't want, I would prefer if my warrior is not getting possessed. The fighter is going to be, I want to say, the most. Really? They're not even the one that was dealing. Okay. Nah, great stuff. Great stuff, everybody. This is exactly what I wanted when I was doing this. Well, thankfully dealing a pretty good amount of damage regardless. Still, mayhaps, a bit worried about everybody else, though. Avram's going to be able to take him down regardless. I believe in him. Man. Actually, doing quite a bit of damage. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, and then just go right over here and bonk. As much as I'm not a huge fan, it should work out regardless. Divik's just going to walk into fire stupidly, I'm betting. Or not! Wow, apparently everything's just going to go... It doesn't matter. Hey, you wrecked, idiot. Ugh. That was a little bit rough at the end there. Divik's tendency to just completely destroy every one of my hunters is, yeah. I got the extra heretic mark, not that it really matters. Hey, can I get a good old-fashioned mutation? Oh, I didn't take took fighters here? Yeah, sure, what do you got? Give me something good. Whoa! Everybody lost all of the issues that they had that they had gained during this run. That's actually really funny. Oh boy, I just noticed the sort of mutations that I got. Inflicts leech. Yeah. All right then. This is the first time that I got this item. Every other time in my other save file I tried to do that particular side quest, it just happened to go very badly, which is weird. Well, guess keep it around. I'm sure it'll be useful at some point in time. It's a pretty unique item regardless. We interrupt side quest to bring you a main quest. Putrid Leech. Can't level up, die when downed. Of course, that's why I gave extreme survivability to Peach Pie. I've had a healer now named Banana Bread and now Peach Pie. Anyway, Callus bringing in plus 30 armor, as well as just, hey, it's a character that already has a lot of survivability, and the starting skills give pretty much exactly what I want out of a healer already. I've got healing. And also Thou Shalt Not Kill, which is pretty good. That's why I have so many things that spawn extra stuff to try and get enemies to kill some of these charmed maggots and flies on their turn to deal a lot of extra damage. This particular passive is another reason why the old familiar build isn't so powerful. Oh, I also got a rocket launcher. Anytime you see a bald eagle, they're usually packing some firepower. So, take that into the next fight. All right, Dybbuk, let's do it. Feel like I've been fighting you an awful lot. The less optimal of the two final bosses of Act 1, but what are you gonna do? Absolutely absurd. I mean, predictable, but absurd. Here, let's walk over here, get some of this, because worst comes to worst, I'll be able to maybe get a little bit of extra damage then too. And as always, throwing down even a little bit of extra. A single hit point is really all you need to be able to defeat Dybbuk after goes through the whole possession phase. Really getting himself in a corner. I'll also just pay for a gym membership, sure. Coming right back from the gym actually right now to record this, funny enough. All right. Oh, I also do have some cooked food now, which is not too bad. Is that because I shot it with a rocket launcher? Probably. Probably, I do want to make sure that if Lupita's going to be the person getting possessed, they do not currently have possession of a rocket launcher. That would be pretty bad for the rest of the team. It is quite powerful. I want to make that clear. Yeah, make sure I get rid of you. Oh, I should also probably give, Fighter is going to be the one that benefits the most from having a lot of extra strength, so we should give them that cooked food if nothing else. Lighting you on fire, good. And yes, Barnum has one of my favorite skills, Brainstorm, and specifically the upgraded form. It reduces the cost of all your spells by 1 mana. If you've got a lengthy fight going on, this is an extremely good way to power up your characters a lot. There you are. Please, 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 tell me that doesn't mean that a Peach Pie is going to get downed. Because they'll die. They'll die instantaneously as part of the whole thing. Maybe what I should do is I should make sure that I have at least one rocket launcher hit. Just for the sake of... come on. Go the other way. Something like that. Just for the sake of the last couple hit points that I need to take out Dybbuk. I am perhaps somewhat worried about that. Erect idiot. Fortunately, that's only so... Can I... No, of course not. Of course, Mock, for some reason, is a targeted skill, which Dybbuk will avoid. Why not? Slap. Slap. Punch. Slap, even though it's not going to do anything. All right. And that's how you do it, baby. Really do got to make sure that Peach Pie is the one, not the one getting possessed. I don't think it counts. I have no idea how Dybbuk possesses stuff. I am worried about it, though, I'll be honest. Maybe I'll even let, like, Barnum get downed or something. Because that means then Dybbuk will have a very clear sort of 20 hit points left. Okay. I'm going to go move over here. I'm not going to worry too much about... Let's use this one. And like I said, then what I'll do is Lupita will get possessed. The rocket launcher will be destroyed. We'll be looking good. Yes, this is a strategy. Is it a good strategy? I don't know. I just feel like I'm really realizing that the sort of limitations of my strategy right now. Here, I might even be able to, if you want to jump backwards. Nope, jumped forward. I can get this to work. Yeah, you want to keep doing this? Ah, if only I got brainstorm a couple more times. Oh, that was quicker than I thought. But that is actually okay. Because as I said, it's just like the most important thing is not having the character that's going to get instantly killed. Yeah. All right, there goes the rocket launcher. Predictably. Man, I forgot how much dodge I gave to my fighter. It's a lot! Between Wiggly and everything else. All right. First off, get out of here, you. Okay, well, good news. Dodge is not really going to matter too much when it comes to dealing with this due to a focus shot. And also just, a little bit of this too. Yeah. Gonna be a little bit close, I'll be honest, but... Oh, no, not you. Well... It's okay. It's perfectly acceptable. All right. Yeah, it's like a little bit worried, but doing it just fine. Okay. How many turns do you have? Okay. Man, it doesn't feel like they missed that much. There you go. And that'll do. As much as I'm not a huge fan of taking down my fighter, it's just like, well, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? That's just unfortunately how this fight goes. Do it. Ah! As always, get wrecked, idiot. I feel like I say that every single time, but every single time it is relevant. Hey, Cat of Nine Tails. That's an arrow speed up and a damage up too. No, that's pretty good. Pretty good though. Yeah, I forgot that I got death proof. So what was that? Your rubber arrows. That's as always a pretty great skill. 1 damage, cleanse 1 random debuff. So if you have something that gives you benefits for taking damage, already great. And then also cleanse the debuff. It's not very easy to do that in this game. All right, let's get that leech on there. As much as I'd like to bite it right now, it's like it did kind of come here with a very specific goal. I'm gonna miss being able to clear out all of my various the broken bones and whatever. Now what are you gonna do? Gonna now venture to the throbbing domain. Threatening phrases being given out in this game. Also, Super Meat Boy. Speaking of Binding of Isaac. Yeah! As right now, just got this big old bar of soap. And by big old bar of soap, I, of course, do mean sacrifice one of your characters. Wow. Looks like it doesn't even... And I don't even have a good chance at whatever it's supposed to happen when I sacrifice... Let's not. I have done that before. The rest of the characters gotten all stats up, and I got like a rare item. I don't know if that's necessarily worth sacrificing a character. Peach Pie maybe didn't level up or anything, but the spread of skills is still pretty valuable by itself. So there is also a question of, why did I do that? I don't think there's any answer. I don't think there is any answer to be had. Like, why did I go and unlock the throbbing domain? And I do believe that the NPC, myself, is going to say also something to that effect. Sure did. I don't know. The first time that I was playing this game, there is that question of, like, what am I even doing? This whole thing about, like, okay, we're going into the cave and fighting a bunch of giant spiders. We're going to the junkyard and fighting a bunch of flesh monsters. That, I mean, it doesn't make that much sense, but at least makes some sort of sense. What is up with the throbbing domain? Oh, cool. Yeah. Uh-huh. And there's the, there's your lore. Just wait until Act 2. It gets so much more absurd. You start out with... Again, not like a realistic sort of thing, taking cats around and just killing a bunch of stuff everywhere. Ugh, that mutation. But you can at least see where that is. And now I'm going into the throbbing domain, you know, the flesh pit with a ghoulish king that steals body parts from people. Yes, all three of the house boss fights are just Tina. 3 times. Thank you to our local zombie man for the lore. More side quests! Wow, can you believe it? This time we got the, what is it, hypervision, which means that I just need to go through 3 different events every single time that I have events. That usually just results in me getting a bunch of bad stuff constantly. Strategy here has just been try to avoid doing events as much as possible.
Meow.
But of course, it's not... How does that even work? That doesn't even make any sense at all. Well, anyway, the other thing is I also got Storage Locker. 2 different quest items. Your team gets... rare items instead of active ability level ups, which is actually not that bad. No, honestly, the Ultra Vision has been a lot worse, as you can see from stuff like Regulus somehow losing their soul. Like you do. From eating meat. Also got a very impressive chin, but you know. More important things that, or stuff like intestinal prolapse, as well as parasites. Good stuff, good stuff. Something of an interesting strategy on this one. Regulus, using soy milk and also double throw, can get a total of 6 attacks in 1 turn, which are all going to Howard. Howard has catch projectiles, which means that they're able to attack 7 times in 1 turn. Normally, this would not really be a good strategy in my mind because, well, being able to attack 7 times is great, but that also means that one character is kind of forced to be the main attacker for the most part. And the only thing that's different about this time is that it's so powerful that it doesn't really matter. Oh, also it's Judgment Day. Some tiles get raptured, which I guess just means that it deals 25 damage. Absolutely bizarre run. Let's just say that. Okay, Regulus goes over here. Catch every one of these, +6. And now the magic will happen as soon as I take out... Right, I don't even have an attack, do I? As soon as I take out the tiny spider. There's that, and let's do it. Unfortunately, don't have Mark on there. But due to the fact that I can attack so many times and I got this fly larva, also have 6 rot. So spawns a bunch of new enemies and these leeches are able to... The first time I've ever seen this particular event, Judgment Day, by the way. It's very silly, isn't it? Not having a soul apparently means that you are immune to being webbed. However that works. All right. If only I still had the arteries, I might have been able to cure that. Probably not. I got a feeling no, but, well, you know. The funny thing is that I do think that the... Oh, yeah, you're going to do that to me? Fine. Funny thing is that I do think that the storage locker or... Alright. Whatever it's called is not even... Like, oh, you don't get active items for stuff. Who cares? Like, the items you do get are quite good. So... I don't know, it doesn't really feel like that much of a downside. I would probably end up taking the storage locker just as a normal item if it was offered anywhere. I do think it's just that high quality. Does it mean, hey, if I even got just another soy milk or something, that would be great. Oh, hey, also catching the spiderwebs too. That's funny. All right. What managed to get the random spider cat, of course. Well, whatever. Dealing enough damage anyway. So yeah, all your eggs in one basket, but doesn't really matter much when you can do stuff like this. Ah, oh, just right outside of the range. Yes, having take aim as well means that the sort of extra range that I get on stuff means that I don't really need to ever move now, does it? There, and Skull Ooze. Wait, where did that come from? Oh, right, the grave crawl deal. All right, that wraps up that. And very close. The rapture thing is just utterly bizarre. Bonk. Done! And that's $400 this time. Very nice, as well as 2 items as well. All right, look, cancer trinket. Not nearly as good as it was back in Binding of Isaac. Give me that melee attack that inflicts bruise. I love anything that inflicts a lot of bruise, really, because that's just extra damage if you're using melee attacks. That was the first time I did this with necromancers, eh? Meantime, new items. I got the armory key. Find an extra item after each battle. I'd rather just have the locker again. And Ultravision 3000 version 1.1. +4 luck. Basic attack inflicts marked, but it's also cursed. It's not bad, though. Why, is this another side quest? Oh, I can't even hardly believe it. Magic Mirror. So, your team has very bad luck during events. That just means that any event that you have in the entire run just has the bad outcome to it. Honestly, given the amount of events that you can just sort of ignore, not that bad. Surprisingly enough, people aren't, soulless or whatever this time. Really could have been way worse, but, also when it comes to doing these side quests, I don't really go the hard route, so I have less events just in general. And no real plan when it comes to doing stuff on this one. I've got 2 different characters with cleanse. That was handy. And I guess thorns, it already gives me thorns as the quote-unquote positive aspect of this. And pincushion, no, there's really not too much to say. This has been a pretty straightforward one, all things considered. And hey, I don't need to go and I don't need to go and kill one of my own party members this time. I'm going into the caves instead. Kind of my preference when it comes to doing a lot of this stuff. Also, bag of rocks. I love the bag of rocks. No, but really, the bag of rocks is... Bruise just increases the amount of physical damage done, and that is handy. Very handy. Alright. +3 burn. Do also have Daunt. Small enemies won't attack you, with the idea that the spiderlings in this fight are going to be less annoying to deal with. I don't even know if that's going to be true. Probably going to be taking them out before much stuff happens. Cleanse ×2 also means, hey, I don't need to really worry about infected, even if I do get infected. And additionally, I am also going to be able to take out any of the good stuff. I'm also going to be able to take out any of the spider webs as soon as they come up. Cleanse overall, I think, is one of the better. It's certainly skills that you can get on a cleric. So having two different characters that I guess inherited it, no surprise, is working out pretty well. More burning for fun. All right. As long as old Pineapple Pete doesn't actually explode, should be fine. Do kind of want to focus on that a little bit, though. That is true that if that character dies, I kind of lose the side quest just because that's how it goes. Oh yeah, I also brought out the glass cannon because, let's be honest, the glass cannon is not a particularly important sort of thing that to keep around. Like, oh no, if I don't have the glass cannon, like, oh, I gotta save that for the really difficult fight. I don't. The really difficult fights are not going to benefit too much. I should use this first. The really difficult fights are not going to benefit tremendously from having the glass cannon, unlike something like the stopwatch, which is extremely good. Get rid of these things. Also toast some of the cooked food. Also make some cooked food on the ground because why not? It's good. Increases the amount of stats I can possibly get in the fight, which I think is handy. All right, grab a little bit of you. Jump back here, get caught, but whatever, who cares? I guess I could have actually cleansed myself and then still been able to use the attack, but whatever. I didn't do things in the correct order. Big surprise. All right. Hi. Do I even... might as well. Well, not the most, but I mean, hey, that's what Bruise is for, after all. Pretty good. 20% damage. Or 20%, I mean, 20 damage. It's pretty simple how it works. It says the number. A little bit of that. Think you're gonna get away with not being on fire for 5 seconds? I'll show you. All right. Still do want to make sure everybody's not taking too much damage, but yeah, getting webbed anyway has not really been... haven't been doing that as well as I wanted to. Anyway. There you go. Punch you. Pincushion. Movement tech. Hit the glass cannon to take out at least one of the spiderlings, if nothing else. And getting kind of close, but I mean, hey, not currently about to explode into spiders, which is sort of the worry that I've kind of had as of right now. Good. I do again. Yeah, this, what is it? Hamster style. 2 bonus moves. Never really know. Oh, yeah, also has big legs, which kind of prevents him from getting hit by the webs, if not, thrown directly on top of them anyway. Hi. Pretty much done at this point in time. Yeah, you know what? Deals damage, does healing. A lot of good stuff. There. Yeah, the 2 back flips you get out of that is very silly. But it works. A little bit of that, a little bit of that. A little bit of just go over here, punch you, and we're done. There you go. One more side quest. Throw it on the pile. I'm not entirely sure how many I have left, but so far I've been doing a lot of the easy, and I would actually consider this one to be like a moderate difficulty. But there are a couple of them that are surprisingly difficult. I don't want to sacrifice any characters, so I'm going back home. Didn't think that was even possible. I don't even consider the broken mirror to be one of the harder ones. Oh, also there's a ghost trapped in the mirror. As you do. 20% chance to reflect projectiles, spawns a friendly spooky when downed. Not very impressive now, is it? But, I mean, hey, you know, get rid of the dunce cam. Well, there's some good stuff you can do with that. As long as it already costs a minimal amount of mana, like a 2 mana cost spell, losing 2 intelligence is not that bad. But I'm going to keep all the side quest stuff. They're rare and cool enough that I might as well, right? Side quests! We got the unidentified pills. The adventure is harder. They're pills that makes things hard. Okay, by hard, they really just mean they sprinkle in a couple of the hard route enemies, and bosses all have some sort of elite buff to them. I threw this on Timberly and Callus because, well, hey, it already gives you +8 armor, so it seems like a good combo, right? And then, what else? Got a little bit of synergy with the basic attack inflicting leeches. The plan right now is that I don't really have anything particularly good for fighting Dybbuk, so I got the rotten meat out because puke shot hits in an area, so that's, I mean, it's better than nothing, right? Also a few counterattack sort of stuff, but we'll see how well that goes. Everybody's kind of low health. Oh, good. And speaking of maybe one of the worst possible elite buffs that you can get, Absorbent. Hope you're able to use all of your mana every single turn. Because if not, well, here, just start doing this right now. All stats up is at least a decent start. Do that, and then it doesn't really matter. But what Pablito does have is counter, so you can do stuff like that. Benediction, similarly, hey, it's still here. I feel like I usually never get Benediction that much, so I am not quite sure as to why exactly. Oh, yeah. Do the thing. Why exactly it's suddenly coming out seemingly every time I'm doing stuff now? Hey, that was the ninja bandana working. Neat. Try it. Well, at least that's something. Coin flip? Coin? Okay. Well, it was a good try regardless. Anyway. As for everything else, what is even the plan here? We can... Nah, I'm just kind of hoping for him to go the other way, but what are you going to do? Try whatever I can. That's it. Does so much damage. Why even bother? It's like it's not going to work regardless. I know this. I know how, the entire gimmick of this sort of fight goes after all. As much as I'd like to use Holy Weapon, I know that's not going to be useful. Did put on the collar, so the spike collar for +2 thorns, so some damage. Yeah. Get in the center of that. Because, hey, one of the handy things with TomTom is that TomToms leave corpses, and those corpses specifically... Oh, I guess I'm not actually all that close to... There we go. And the corpses, handy thing with that is going to be that it will be able to get possessed by Dybbuk. Which is kind of... That's better than having any one of my regular characters get possessed by Dybbuk, which is sort of the plan right now. Whoop. And, you do also have the frying pan on. There's stuff here. It's not really a lot, and I do really gotta make sure. Okay. Yeah, get in here so I can do this. Because worst comes to worst, I do have... Now smash him. Okay, I do have the ability to at least get rid of the ads easy enough. The ads are all elites as well, so instead of only having 1 hit point, they got 5, which is real obnoxious. Chaos Shot's not going to do me any good. Well, let's just go try to throw a mark on just so I get rid of my mana. It's that one and the elite that you get for... It's that elite and the one that you get for, got it at least. Now. Well, okay. I mean, at least it's a minimal amount of health I gotta deal with, so that's something. Happy about that, because we're down to base health. Right. How could I forget? Can't hit from the back. Okay, well, I'll be honest. This is not quite what I was expecting to happen. Including being... No, I can deal with this. Yeah. All right, here we go. Hi. And then do that. And hey, everybody's alive again, too. Wow, that was actually getting a little bit close. Right. Forgetting that I can't hit them from the back was sort of my big mistake there. But hey, you know what? Oh, counter plus is also pretty good, too. But hey, you know what? It all worked out in the end, right? Aside from that very last battle, and that was mostly my own fault. So, yeah. And so I get truck stop pills, +3 brace, and you count as a rock. Which, I don't really know if there's too many useful use cases for counting as a rock, but, well, +3 brace is pretty good. All right. Let's take a look. We got Guillotina's head with a quote I'm pretty sure he's from Monster Party? From the crab boss? Yeah, okay, sure. Anyway, and then also the body itself, trying to find its head. So you kind of see what the gimmick we're currently looking at is. Yep. Yeah. Simple as that, really. Still, though, I would prefer if... Oh, never mind. I planned that out extremely poorly. That's okay, though, because one of the things that I did when starting up this fight is... Well, I had some level of planning that went into this. So the Screech here, you can see, has now inflicted me with a Hex. However, there you go. Easy as that, baby. I'm glad that I actually genuinely didn't remember that Pineapple Pizza had that on until I had already chosen for the the fight. Anyway, still though, try not to hit anybody with Scatter Shot if possible. Oh no, that works. Yes, as much as I'm doing damage here, I do still have a pushback. Knockback equal to the amount that you healed, which should be pretty simple to get nigh on the full amount and sort of keep the body away from the head if I'm planning it out a little bit better. A little bit of that. A little bit of that. And it's going good. I am, of course, in no rush because some of the characters here are going to require a little bit of... wind-up time. Let's just go with that. With a Brainstorm. I do quite enjoy Brainstorm as a skill. It's quite powerful. It's just, at the same time, too. I should be healing myself as well. What am I even doing? Yeah. Well, it's not so much anybody's really taking damage as much as they are gaining back health because of the various abilities I got going on. There, hit him. I guess now that I'm thinking about it, what I could have really done was just instead kept using Brainstorm. Whatever, it's fine. Or you actually use my attack, but well, who cares about attacks? Prep up Pincushion. Pincushion plus Brace, 6 and 18. Pretty powerful right now. Now I should be able to just kind of belly flop over and over on Yatina and be able to do a lot of damage. Miner's Hat definitely helping out too. Anything much to show here? No, like I said, the plan here is just bonk and a little bit more damage. Could be attacking the head, but the head's way in the corner. I feel like I am definitely in a position where I can keep her away from that fairly well. And similarly, 24. And there we go. Hey, we all had a great time here. Let's just casually spawn in the mid-boss from the boneyard. You know, for fun. Yeah, that's why she's been spawning in maggots this entire time. All right. So, needless to say, gonna want to... Oh, finally, we get the most obnoxious character that pretty much always guaranteed to do 8 or so damage because they'll just appear behind you. Oh, it's super good. Really happy to see that. Love this particular maggot. It's like really anybody else I don't care about. It's just that one maggot that is just the absolute worst to deal with. All right. Focus on getting rid of you. If only I got the upgraded focus shot, then I could use it multiple times in a single turn. But, well, I didn't. Focused on getting the brainstorm so I could cast everything multiple times per round. But I could throw down a ton of. Certainly be throwing down a ton of. Oh, good. Other stuff too. All right, I hate that specific maggot is just the worst to deal with. Somehow I've gotten away with not seeing it up until this point. It does so much damage and just teleports all over the place. Good. And get out of here, you. I hate you so much. You are the worst. And it's really not the worst. It's just the one that digs around. That's really the only issue. Well, don't worry. You're not going to be going much of anywhere. Soon. Now what? Try and kill my character. Hey. Just non-stop. Absolutely non-stop. Okay, I'm somehow was immobilized for, what was that, 3 more turns? And 12 brace on top of that. It's so much. It's quite powerful when you cast that sort of thing many times. And guess what? Bonk. Almost there, but I should probably keep out the smaller characters regardless. Hey, nice. Keep everybody kind of next to each other like that. That would definitely be the preference. And right there again. Okay. There, one of the more obnoxious characters that I can go fight is now dealt with. Gotta watch out, but you got like +7 health now. Poor Padme. Taken down so quickly. And then, of course, I can't really get... I probably shouldn't hit the body into my dead character. Good. Look at this. It's not really the same now, is it? But you know what? Hey, whatever works. I'm just going to keep surrounding you with all these possible... Here, let's go a full square. I love Brainstorm. It lets you do wacky stuff like this. Good. I don't think it comes back from that one. All right, and that should really be as simple as, hey, let's go get back. Hey. And that should really be as simple as, hey, let's go take out the head now, who has relatively few abilities compared to everybody else. And get over here, start doing, I don't know, this. Yeah, call for help as much as you want. Ain't gonna do much of anything now, is it? And also get rid of these. Why are these things still here? I could also start shooting that at them. I don't think that's as important. All right. Yep, this one should be, well, exhaustion setting in. But hey, yeah, for like big boss fights, you do get adrenaline, which is at least a couple more turns of... I mean, not only like free damage, but also being able to get extra critical chance too, which is good. Bonk. Here, getting there too. Make sure we immobilize this head. No, this shouldn't really be a problem. Same thing. Man, I wasn't able to do any healing on that. Whatever, it's fine. Look, we're pretty much done. As much as I am starting to take exhaustion damage. Just throw in a mini boss casually. Great. And hey, got a theme too. Okay, so last main quest item to actually open up the Throbbing Domain proper. Oh boy, oh boy. It's actually really not too bad. All battles are hard battles. Throw it on tank, right? It's like enemies attack you instead of your allies. Nah, this one's not too bad to deal with at all. Oh, you know, since I gotta start getting rid of some of my retired cats, let's go get a new addition to the house. Hooray! Pretty sizable looking house, and I think you can tell what the final upgrade is going to be. Not like it's too much of a secret. Taking Tina's head out to the Throbbing Domain. There's not much to say about this. I mean, yeah, all the battles are hard battles, so I did end up going the hard route on each one. Why not? It's not like it's going to be any easier compared to normal. And then also got this mini-me perk combined with bed bugs, which does start me with 4 beefy leech familiars and 1 other character that can absorb a lot of damage, or can get eaten by daddy sharks over in the sewers. Other than that, Fool has been more or less the big damage dealer of the group, mostly because of the Miner Hat, which allows physical attacks can't miss, combined with Arrow Flurry. It's just a good combo. Hunters have a lot of those, and anyone that gives you physical attacks can't miss is just powerful for hunters. Mega Satan, punches good. It has extremely low intelligence. I don't know what else to say. It's just anything that the hunter is having trouble taking care of can just get dealt with by Megastatin. And low intelligence doesn't really matter when you have Angelic Inspiration. Heal an ally, gain 2 mana. So I just have a bunch of different healing abilities. Prayer, for example. Heal units in an area means that, you know, for the cost of 4 mana, I can give 8 mana to the rest of the party. Stuff like that. Usually that's going to Fula, though. Let's be honest. Overconfident. That is a perk that I almost never take. Double the damage you take at full health, but -2 on your spell cost, which is something. Oh yes, I suppose I should turn the combat speed back down again. Bonk. So I do also have Bone Club, the boned passive. Lets me pretty much always have that going on, which is pretty handy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just been a decent run, hard mode or not, as long as you can do okay, is like you'll get through this sort of build just fine. Do still kind of got to watch out for stuff, though, because if I lose, of course, Chi, well, don't really have the ability to complete the quest then, do I? Shouldn't be a big deal. Keep walking around. Of course, it has to be... Fine, stake out again, then, in that case. We can do this multiple times. We can do this as many times as is required. It's the sort of just, oh, and then Spinneret just leaves. Bye. See you later, everybody. You don't need to. You don't need me in the boss fight, do you? Nah, of course not. Cursed hairball that Gunther has. And it's like when you're the healer and your main attack does poison damage, especially against a character who needs to have full health to be able to have the most amount of killing potential. It's kind of rough. I get out of here. As always, multiple ways to attack is the way to go when you got to use your main attack to get out of webs most of the time. Yeah, do still gotta watch out. Like I said, do still kind of gotta watch out for that sort of stuff. It's just barely, but barely is good enough. Also, do I still have talk to animals because I don't want to act? Because as much as I would like to hit Mega Satan with my main attack for just a big physical attack, I also don't want to charm him for 5 turns. That would be bad. That's what we in the business call a bad decision. All right, well, that was a lot of fun. I told you, it's a good fight. But a good fight, a good run that I got going on. So, no surprise that I was able to get through this fight real easy. Just gotta have an attacking skill. At least one attacking skill. That's pretty good. Oh, man. Start each battle with 4 beefy familiars. Woo. Oh, that's really gonna be very helpful when I throw chi on the meat sacrifice table. Well, anyway. Deeper into the throbbing domain as the text throbs itself. All right. First time I saw that, I was thinking, oh, maybe the character will survive then, and I'll be able to continue to use them in the... No. Also, yes, get introduced to our Lord and Savior, Super Meatball. I just stole that line from a later point in the game. All right, so I am going at this now with only 3 characters. A pretty stark difference. Yeah, they give you the ability to leave after this point, so, Actually, did they? I'm pretty sure they do. Might be a decent idea bringing a full party in here later. All right, Throbbing Domain. Once again, Binding of Isaac. Okay. Although, yes, we also do have Flesh Lad. Don't worry, legally distinct from any sort of boys made of meat that you may be familiar with. Don't attack them without the intent to kill is pretty much what you're looking for. Hits a bunch of times in a row. I think this should probably do well enough for that purpose. Excellent. Overconfident. It's pretty good. But yeah, it's a risk-reward sort of thing, right? As you'd kind of expect. So you do got to be at least somewhat careful, somewhat judicious in how you end up using it. Which is why I think this is the first time that I have taken overconfident in, in seriousness. Get out of here, Flash Lad. Slowly. Yeah, I'd give him 6 attacks per turn or something like that. No, thank you. Well, if I can take him out in one volley, that's all I really need. Then, of course, I still have... Talk to Animals has been more of a problem than useful in any way. Only just go sit next to this big old pile of cholesterol, apparently. Ooh, the counter I see. I didn't even consider, but like, yeah, the counter is giving them extra attacks. Now, it's not a big deal, but you know. It is perhaps something to think about when it comes to doing this fight. Or the fights that you find down here in the old throbbing domain. It do be throbbing. It's true. Bonus ability throw weapon. That's kind of fun. Give me Hit Me Plus. I think that can be useful. Ugh. By the way, did have another total party kill doing one of the side quests, the bouncing bubble thing. Yeah, make sure you don't line up your characters in, 8 directions around them. Otherwise, I don't know, maybe fighting the big slime will kill everybody. Just perhaps a point of advice. Just a little one, of course. All right. 50% chance to equip new consumables. As much as I do really like the backpack, I think it's a great item. I don't know if I'm going to get too much use out of it here. Anything else? I don't know.
Meow.
Trying to even consider. I did get all my items back at the very least from Chi, but well. So, throbbing domain being the kind of super true area, the true ending, I guess, of Act 1. Also does have 2 songs to it. This one we got Sweet Delicious, where you get unique lyrics to that. Here, you know what? Really, that's all you're going to do? Well, the plan here is going to be try and take one of these out, because the thing is, chance to destroy equipment and attach a parasite is pretty bad. I would really like to not deal with that if possible. So I am going to, try and get rid of these characters ASAP, which is thus far working out pretty well. Okay, still got 2 more of the throbbing servants, though. There are way worse characters down here. Throbbing Domain has some really tough enemies. But yeah, stuff like destroy equipment, attach parasites. I mean, I think even just by itself, that's pretty rough. That's a pretty rough sort of thing to ask. To deal with potentially losing equipment and gaining, again, the sort of stuff that like Gunther is currently dealing with. Ugh. So yeah, pretty simple sort of. Compared to the other areas in the game, this one's pretty simple. You only have one chest, one event, and 2 fights. You know, a regular fight, hard mode fight, and then right on to the boss. Try and take him out. You should hopefully not be hitting me. Throbbing turret, not much of a threat. Honestly, let's just take you out. I don't want to get inflicted by a parasite. Parasites are annoying. I mean, as always, as any sort of, cursed item or stuff, it's kind of like a risk-reward type of thing. But I'd rather just not even take the risk in the first place. Ugh. Getting bleed right now. I'll get up to full health so that I get, the massive amount of... gotta get the massive amount of stuff. Stem cats. Yeah, these are the other kind of main gimmick of the place that main gimmick, but I would consider these characters to be a little bit more important compared to other enemies you're gonna be fighting. Spawns clots, which will then also turn into stem cats, which will then over and over and over until the entire area is just full of stem cats and you can't do anything. As you do. Oh no, my fetus. What am I gonna do? Nothing. The answer is nothing. I got that character from an event. They are, shockingly enough, not particularly a huge, important part of the team. All right. 3 characters. I mean, you can very much do 3 characters. I was doing the yeah, spell heal 1 HP. I'm a bit upset about that. I mean, I guess that's decent, right? I don't know how decent that is, really. Chests in this area are ugh. Gross. But yeah, I had 1 character earlier. You can take out as few characters as you want, and less characters does mean less level ups to go around. There it is. All right. And then we got, I think it's just called The Throbbing King for the song for this one. 460 health. Oh boy, oh boy. This is a character. we do get like the full backstory theme song going on, which I quite like. Oof. Let's make sure I'm kind of getting as much health up as possible. Oh. So far, yeah, we got webbing in the same way again, because of course you do. Ugh. Okay, so the big thing here, we got webbing. Webbing also inflicts slow to make sure that you can't really walk around very easily either. Then on top of that, we got just like random, just throws a bunch of junk around in the arena, including enemies that can become stem cats, blah, 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 will fill up the entire arena. Okay, the big thing, though, is that he's got several different abilities related to the area of denial stuff. This one is one of the easier ones to deal with. Specifically, it is, well, just, you know, get away from each other, more or less. Can I 1D chest my way out of here? I cannot. What a shame. I got the money to be able to pay for that visit over and over, so... Okay. Anyway, clearly, from the name of this being, you know, spread out, it's not too much of a question as to what you want to do there. All right. Doing pretty decent thus far, but there are also way, way, way worse sort of abilities this guy has to... Oh, come on. It's so close. Way, way, way worse abilities. We keep hitting the same person over and over, too. That also is going to make it a little bit difficult to get out of the way of the old tentacle attack, eh? So, I guess I can grab that at the very least. Yeah, you can use melee attacks to just grab stuff next to you. Does that work here, too? No. Club's just a club. All right, then. I guess this is how we're gonna do it. Might as well just do this then. I don't necessarily need to heal counter themselves. Okay, okay. Also has trample. Yeah, this is more the sort of thing that kind of want to watch out for. So I got kneel, and then I think you got like get away, which is come closer to the Throbbing King and then stay far away from the Throbbing King, which is pretty great. Although maybe what I should have done is I should have saved some regular hits to try and get Mega Satan out of there. Honestly, it's not too bad, because as threatening as these things look, they only deal about, what, 15 damage or so? Could be way worse, is what I'm trying to say. Still, I wouldn't really say that it is the most ideal to be stuck in here, but what are you going to do? Looks like, because it looks like that's going to happen for... Ow. Yeah, 16 damage. It's manageable. It's not ideal. It's manageable, though. Spawning so many things. The one cleric passive that just kind of automatically picking up stuff as I'm doing this. Come on, getting really close. Even with a very, very powerful... Hey, finally. Even with a very, very powerful build, it's like, you can see it's still kind of rough. Again, I got the money for it. It's not that expensive, considering the cleric ability. Yeah, just keep doing spread out. That is the easiest. Oh boy, I realize I am actually way more... perhaps a way more bad off than I thought I was. All right. Well, hey, the good thing the Throbbing King is vomiting up a bunch of meat everywhere, so that makes that a little bit easier. Come on. Okay, 2 should do this, especially if I get a couple more criticals. There you go. Oh, of course it's not over. It's 2 phase fight. Oh no, now he's agile. Oh, and the frustrating thing is that that's no joke. He's actually quite a bit more agile than before, and now upon getting hit, will change positions. Ugh. So it's just like, yeah, if you have, you know, perhaps a bunch of characters that can deal high damage but are not particularly mobile, well, good news. The 2 phases make sure that you gotta have both. Which is pretty fantastic. Thankfully, 1D chess with Mega Satan being very stupid. What is it? 1 intelligence? 2 intelligence right now. I think I got that due to... something. I do very much enjoy the Minnie the Moocher pastiche that they did for this song. What an absolutely goofy your choice for the soundtrack on this one. So needless to say, I quite like it. The game goes all over the place in terms of like genres and everything. All right. Kidney from your dad. Yeah, of course, Hunter. Yeah, characters that can hit in a pretty huge area are quite valuable here. But also, you know, characters that can hit very hard considering the just sheer amount of... No. It's because of that, isn't it? Okay. More! Alright, fine. You're just going to force me into fighting the regular stem cat stuff. Come on! We're basically done at this point in time, though, so... Bam! And yeah, even on the next turn, should just be dead from poison itself. And then poops out his intestines, as you do. Don't really have to worry too much about the clock there. Get out of here. Nope, that went pretty smooth. Of course, I knew I had a pretty good run going into this, so even 1 character down, doing just fine. Mana equal to the half field. This is very good. Drops 2 random pickups as if I don't already have enough as it is. And this, considering it's like the true end of Act 1, gets you a whole bunch of unlocks, specifically hats for every one of the classes. Are there going to be things for other slots? Yes, you got it. Some really good items. I mean, even though like heal for 2 extra isn't that much, for something like, you know, prayer, that doubles the amount of healing that I'm getting out of that. Oh, and also... Hey, I actually got it. Good. Yeah, that can also just instantly kill a character too. Oh, it's a real coin toss, because usually if you have a character good enough to kill like a super boss, that you don't really want to have them go sacrifice themselves to get, let's be honest, a pretty good item usually. It's something related to meat. Things that I've seen before are like meat bombs that you can just keep continuously using once per round. Bloody bear traps, which are, again, just like infinite use bear traps. Blood bucket appears to be a similar sort of upgrade to, I think it's called the chum bucket. Lobbed attack creates creep puddle, but this time you can use this every single round. Honestly, is that useful? I don't know, but I do know you can get good items, to say the least. Ugh. And that, I think at this point in time, is in fact the end, like the end of Act 1. And it's been nearly 40 hours or so just even getting to that point in the first place. Just getting the basic unlocks down. There's so many of them. So, of course, am I going to do it for Act 2 and 3? Yeah, of course. Is there even more than that? Yeah, of course. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much I can do. I do quite enjoy this game, but like, oh man, you gotta, like, it takes a while just to even get the unlocks for stuff. Hey, I tell ya. Oh yes, I've got a new upgrade from you. Yeah, since I've only like it had 2 total party kills here. Actually, no, I've only had 1. Well, one of the characters was just a single character. Haven't really. The Wizard is. That's not what the Wizard is. The Wizard is that movie that was made to sell you Super Mario Brothers 3, and it worked. But anyway. Yeah, get more stuff. Hopefully, I'm not going to have people dying. But, well, hey, at least when you do, you get an NPC upgrade. Hooray!